All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. How we doing? How we feeling out there? Swag, good morning.
Good morning.
How you feeling?
Yesterday was a little palate cleanser, I think, for most people, sports-wise.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Well, I think you got locally. I mean, the Blazers are coming back. You had a lot of day getaway baseball. It was fantastic.
Dude, the Mariners are blacked out for me. I couldn't watch them.
Well,
I don't know what to do about that. I'm not going to get cable, so
yeah, I don't know if you're going to shell out for the local stream.
I'm not buying
service.
a Mariner package. I have the Brave package. I have my team, and their baseball stuff.
Now, do you have the full league package?
I don't. I bought the Braves TV thing because I think it was like, how much was extra innings? Was it $150?
So if you got the stream, like it was $150, and then
Braves
if you wanted
100.
to add on your local team in your local market, it was another $50.
Yeah, the Braves is $100 flat.
Yeah, so just to get the one team feed, that was $100, but the whole league was $150.
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch the other teams when they're on ESPNs or FS1s or Foxes or NBCs, but yeah, I'm not day-to-day watching the whole league. That's kind of how I watch baseball. I just watch through my team's lens.
No, I got the whole league. It was great. I was flipping around. Just it was just sort of on. You could go.
It was nice to have getaway day.
That one. And then you got a little and obviously I was watching the Dodger game at 5. And
the NBA was largely pretty terrible yesterday. It had a lot of blowouts.
A lot of blowouts.
Not great.
And Golden State, and then at night, it was the only thing on was Wemby.
I mean, we'll talk about Wemby today. I did want to get to him.
Yeah.
I would say, though, the palate cleansing thing, you're probably right. My baseball team's game was done pretty early.
Yeah.
Dude, I was my cousins ended up texting me later, and I didn't text them, but they had shot a thing into the group chat, and they got a bunch of nerd responses, including from me, because I thought it was funny. We're flying to the moon.
Oh,
did you not see the Artemis? Artemis 2?
I saw something I did not.
Did your dad not call you?
No.
Isn't this right up your dad's alley?
Probably.
Oh my God, you have fallen so far from that tree. Did you even know this was happening yesterday?
No.
Oh, yeah, we had a space shuttle launch.
Okay.
They're flying, they're going to go just a little past the moon. So it's the first time they've flown to the moon,
in
53
decades,
years,
yeah.
I think. They're flying past the moon, and then they're just going to do a big U-turn. What they're doing is they're basically they're doing practice missions because they're not going to land on the moon on this one, but they are eventually going to try to land back on the moon.
Okay.
So, I didn't know.
What's the plan? I mean, we did do that. We planted a flag. We hit a golf shot.
What's the plan?
Is there a plan for doing something beyond going there and exploring?
I mean, I think that's kind of the plan, to just be back on the moon.
Okay.
You just not interested in that?
Well, we did it.
It doesn't seem as exciting as if they were to say, we're finally going to do the Mars trip, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Which takes what? Doesn't that take roughly?
Yeah, that takes a while.
6 months or is it 3 years or something like that?
I don't know.
Anyways, whatever that distance is. But I still think it's pretty cool. And then also, what does it do for the moon landing conspiracy theorists if they do indeed go and then live feed, we see oh my God, there's the flag that was planted.
Yeah.
That deads it, right?
I mean, I never bought into the conspiracy
No,
theory,
I know,
so.
but there's a decent amount of people.
I just wonder if they have something beyond just saying, oh, okay, we're back, we did it. What are we? Is there something out there we can do?
Space exploration, my man.
No, I understand.
Something to point to and said, we did it. Again.
Okay.
We landed on the moon. Again.
Okay.
I think it's pretty cool.
It's cool for those that get to be a part of it.
You couldn't care less. I just watched the movie Project Hail Mary.
Yeah. I heard it's a really good movie.
Dude, it's Ryan Gosling's Castaway. If you want to, basically, let me sum it up for you. Really, it's supposed to be a great book. In fact, the author of the book is the guy who wrote...
I know there was concern for people that loved the book that the movie would
Everybody has that concern when you read a book. I mean, that's The Hunger Games,
but I heard
Harry Potter.
I heard this. It got to me, which normally...
That's fair.
Yeah.
But the guy who wrote the book is the guy who wrote The Martian.
Oh, okay.
And so when people got wind that he was writing another space-based book, the movie production, including, I think, Ryan Gosling's team, they reached out and gave him, they bought the rights to it before
they got
he
in
wrote
early.
it.
Yeah.
Before it was released.
Yeah.
Because this guy's really good at writing.
We trust you, yeah.
We trust you.
We're going to get a good story.
That was good for Damon. Let's make it good for Gosling. Obviously, there's different storylines involved, but I would sum it up to basically tell you it's his Castaway.
Okay.
It's Ryan Gosling for 2 hours with a rock alien.
There you go.
His Wilson. But this one's alive. But really good movie. Makes you really think like deep space exploration. Like me and my daughter were talking about this yesterday. It creeps her out the idea of just traveling through space for a decade.
Yeah.
And then also the idea, not to spoil the movie because I don't think it actually spoils the movie. I think it's really a movie. The idea that like you might just die alone out there. That freaked her out. Yeah. And I told her weirdly, it made me feel more calm about death. And she was like, what? And I go, I know, I can't really explain it, but we're both watching the same movie, having similar thoughts of like, if you're in the situation, how are you processing it? And she took it drastically different than I took it, but I enjoyed it, and it made me even more interested in space exploration, which makes me more interested in the Artemis too. Because I wasn't really like, I was like you. I heard about it, and I'm like,
okay, yeah.
And then they had the launch.
Well, you got to start somewhere. Like I said, what's the grand master plan? Are we actually going to?
I mean, we're not.
Set something up out. Are we going to have a station on the moon? Are we? Does the moon have?
I imagine that's going to be a goal at some point, right? A big station.
Okay.
Something. I don't know what the benefit of that is.
Or are we doing this to practice to go to Mars? Is that like going to Mars would be? Now I'm like,
I thought that was Elon's thing. I thought he was going to do that. I thought that was like.
Do you take him seriously?
Well, not anymore. No, but like when he once upon a time talked about doing that, I thought that was like the ultimate goal, and now it just feels like he's like, let me just become a trillionaire and screw over everybody. That's what feels like the new goal is. But I will tell you, watching a spaceship, a shuttle.
Yeah.
Dude, if you did watch it, what's the percentage of the audience watching it for the worst of reasons?
I hope not. Anybody that remembers...
Not rooting for it, but watching the Challenger is what you're going to point to, right?
Yeah, that was...
And I you don't want to see that, but I do wonder how many people are watching it for that reason. Just because the math of this is nothing is perfect.
No.
So to have everything executed perfectly, you're just hoping, all right, I don't want to see that happen. To see them safely take off and just blow right off of Earth, like that in itself, to me, it's amazing as a species we were able to think of how to make that happen. Who would have, like, I would have been so dumb as a caveman, creating the wheel would have never made sense in my brain, let alone how do we make this spacecraft, how do we fly it off our rock?
Yeah.
That's what to me is incredible about it. But you've really poo-pooed this.
Sorry.
I just would have thought your background, you would actually have been into this. You didn't even watch it.
Nah, didn't know what was going on.
Who would have thought between us that I'd become the way bigger nerd? But here I am, watching bee documentaries on Disney Plus and space shuttles launching off of Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with this anymore.
Sorry.
I'm even becoming a bigger soccer fan than you.
Yeah.
You're not even watching the Premier League. I finally am watching the Premier League. You have...
Because my team just self-imploded.
But now you're telling me you're a bandwagon fan. My team's been in the basement all season long, and I'm still watching every match I can. You didn't even text me when our teams played for a relegation battle.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I could not be more disappointed in you.
I'm sorry.
This year.
I'll try to do better.
You're not a nerd anymore. Actually, you never really were a big nerd.
No.
But you didn't nerd out on this.
No.
You're not following Premier League soccer.
No.
I don't know if this
I'm
speaks
waiting
more
for
to
the
you or me.
Timbers. Supposedly the Timbers now are as healthy as they've been all
They're
season.
second to last in the Western Conference.
We're 4 games in. Settle down.
I'm just telling you where the standings are.
I understand. Big one at
They're
up
second
at
on the second to last on the table.
Yes.
We got a Vancouver match?
Yeah, up in Vancouver this weekend.
Cascadia
Cup. Yes.
There you go.
And the Whitecaps are good.
Okay, so
might be the best team in the league.
All right. So you're following Timber soccer, not Premier League soccer.
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, every I still get the messages. It's like, oh, they're going to fire this guy. Oh, they're looking at this guy for coach. Oh, they're looking.
Sure, you're following the storylines.
It's just like, okay, figure out.
You're an NBA fan following the league, but not watching the league.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Although I did watch Wemby last night.
I mean, Wemby's on television. I'm going to watch Wemby.
Amazing.
I would tell you, though, to come in and know that you didn't pay attention like whatsoever to the rocket ship is...
Well, I was also neck deep in finishing up taxes. So
you're doing your taxes?
We're finishing things up.
You got a tax guy, or do you go to like a
we need one for my wife because she's got a couple of extra things going on with theater and those sorts of things and nonprofits and stuff that's even beyond. I'm like, no, we need somebody that knows what they're doing.
First of all, I have not done my taxes yet either, and it's April 2nd.
Yeah, you got 2 weeks.
Yeah, I got 2 weeks. I finally reached out. We went to a tax guy last year because we were going to one of the generic tax places for years. And I just noticed the last couple of years, the service and like...
It's probably hard for those places.
It was just dying off, dude. It was like 5 minutes. All right, your taxes are done. I'm like, wait, that's last year, this. And they're like, no, that's whatever. So we just felt like we weren't getting the full round of service for what we were paying. So we finally get a tax guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
We go to the tax guy. He gives us the address. It's somewhere kind of in Gresham. We find the place, and it says something salon. And we're like, how are we lost? What is happening here?
Thinking you're going to go see Ben Affleck as the accountant
well,
all of a sudden.
You just see those little separate tax people. They got their own little offices.
Well, you got
usually.
A little cubbyhole office, but
right.
Yeah.
So we go to this place, and I get out of the car, and I'm like, I'm just going to ask them if they know where this address is because this is what's popping up. And we walk in, and there's this woman, and she is sweeping her salon floor. She had just opened. And he's like, hello, you want a haircut? And I'm like, no,
not today.
I'm looking for this, and it keeps taking me to your building. And she goes, oh. And she walks, and it's like a house that's been converted into a business, right?
Yeah.
One of these older houses. She walks down the hall, and in this back door.
Should go through the salon?
Out walks the guy, and he's like, hey. And I'm like, is this your office? And he goes, yeah, it's my sister's salon. And I was just like, dude, I didn't know if to feel confident, impressed. I was so confused. But my wife and I walked back into his office. He was super good guy. Got the, we got the taxes and the write-offs and
there you go.
All that. We got it figured out. And I had not scheduled anything, so I reached back out. He gave me this website, so we just started our tax stuff too. And it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Do you got this form? You got that form? Did you reach out for this? Reach out for that? I'm like, dude, I don't want to do all this. It's an extra job, it feels like.
It is.
But
you got to do it.
Well, some people don't. I've heard stories of people who just continue not to. And I'm like, is that going to age well for you? I don't feel like that's going to go well.
No, at some point it will catch up with
I'd
you.
prefer to just not have to deal with that headache.
Yeah.
Just get it done. Go through the process.
Well, and we're, if you want a passport and keep that in good stead. And
I like to just not be monitored.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I am anyway, I assume.
I got a phone.
Yeah.
If you have your phone, you're being followed,
No
right?
kidding.
So I got to get my taxes done as well. All right, we have a lot to get to. We'll move on from nerding out.
Yes, sorry I disappointed you.
That's okay. I'm all alone in my little nerd tree here, just enjoying rocket ships, moon landings, space flying,
Cool guys.
all that cool stuff. We got 2 guests today. We were supposed to have 3. I hate to tell you guys, Joe Freeman texted me last night at 8, and he was like, dude, I hate doing this. But the Blazer story happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Boy, if you're a part of that story and the new guy comes in and one of his quotes is like, yeah, you should be scared for your job, I would instantly be like, crap.
Oh, see, I took it the other way.
Oh, really? You ain't cheating, you ain't trying?
Exactly.
Really?
I thought Dunna's like, oh, these guys are pushing the limit.
Who has to pay the $100,000?
Huh?
Who has to pay the $100K?
That's a team fine. So that's the team.
Okay.
So I don't know if they can stick Jody with that bill. Saying
it happened,
that was under your auspices.
I mean, that'd be a sneaky good move by old Tommy D to be like, this happened during your tenure.
Exactly. The other guys just got suspended for 2 weeks.
Yeah. No Joe Freeman today at 9.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on.
Well, it's the press conference day.
Yeah, and it's not like we're not going to have Joe here. Maybe depending on what happens tomorrow over the weekend. He
rain checked me. He said, dude, I'll hop on. I apologize. I said, dude, no worries. I totally get it. So we got the Dun presser today. We had the Blazer news from yesterday.
Yes.
We've got Brian Bush.
Yes.
Michigan play-by-play basketball voice.
Right.
He's going to join us at 8 a.m. today.
Correct.
And kind of a scary little story for Michigan with Cadeau getting hurt at the airport or getting sick. Allergic reaction, I think is what
they
said.
thought it was allergic reaction. We'll see if he knows.
Sounded like food poisoning more than an allergic reaction, but I'm just going to take their reporting for it. But I think he ended up getting on a bird and meeting his team. And Michigan's they might be playing for the national championship, according to some, with their matchup against Arizona. So we'll talk with Brian Bush at 8. And then 7 a.m., pretty excited.
Yeah.
Welcoming back on the program, head coach, Oregon State football, Jamarcus Shepard.
We'll find out. They're closing in on the spring game. They had a bunch of the
spring situation.
Okay. Well, we'll get clarification from Coach.
We won't.
Oh.
I saw he did like a scrum.
He hasn't decided yet.
He's trying to figure that out. He says it's going to be game-based stuff.
Right.
But he doesn't know if it's a full game, if it's going to be like situational, 3rd and 15 at the red zone. Yeah. What's your calls, what's your stop, all that stuff. So Jamarcus Shepard's going to join us at 7. We got a magic hat today. There is a lot to discuss. Let's start. I want to start with a story that came out yesterday during the show that I was not able to go through until after because I think it's a massive story. Boy, talk about pressure cooker and hot seat for this athlete. Let's talk about that coming up next. Dirt and Sprague, we get it going on a Thursday at 105.1 The Fan. All right, welcome back in. 621. The fan text line's 503-864-6326. Good morning on the Odyssey app, 105.1, 1080 AM, or the YouTubes. It's good to be in with you guys on a Thursday edition. We have a lot of football, basketball, baseball. It's that time of year, man. We get to talk about all the sports right now. Hell, golf's kind of in the headlines.
Yeah, Masters next week.
And next week?
Next week. This is the last tune-up, the Valero Texas Open.
How about that?
Tiger nowhere near Masters.
I was going to say, unfortunately, the golf storylines are about one person and the fact that he's leaving the country.
Yeah.
So, we get to that. We had multiple rehab stories in sports yesterday.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that one, too. Let's start. I want to start in the National Football League, and look, it pains me to do this, but I have to do it from time to time. Where dirt was right. Jalen Hurts sucks, according to 85 sources, it seems like, within the Philadelphia Eagles organization. So we had the big bombshell story yesterday on ESPN from Jeremy Fowler. And basically, if you go through the lengthy read, to sum it up, it's like Jalen Hurts behind the scenes is very stubborn in what he wants to run and not run.
Yes.
He clashes with multiple coaches. He will not play under center. Now, by the way, you also had sources from Jalen Hurts' side of this thing in the story, and they were like, that's not entirely true, and he wasn't told he was going to be under center, so he didn't practice to be under center, and they literally were trying to fix their offense during the regular season last year, and he just wouldn't do it. They wanted to go more under center. Yeah. They want more motion. He is refusing to do this for multiple seasons now. There was a play, I think they said it was against Green Bay, and it was 4th and short. They're up 3. They get a first down with 30-some seconds. It ices the game, and he audibles, and he throws just a deep pass to A.J. Brown, falls incomplete, and Sirianni goes, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
And so it's just a very interesting read. This is the last year of guaranteed money for Jalen Hurts in Philly, and while there is some people that think Jeffrey Lurie is very pro him, hold your phone here. Here comes Jeff McClain in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Inquirer, who then writes his big Jalen Hurts piece, and it comes out and is basically like that organization is not at all going to extend him yet. There's a big, all right, let's see what you're doing here. You cannot be one of the worst passing offenses in back-to-back seasons and expect us to be handing you another huge bag. And so we're going into the year. We talked yesterday about Aaron Glenn probably being the first coach fired, Swag. We're going into the year next year, and Jalen Hurts is probably on the hottest of seats of all the starting quarterbacks that are considered, quote-unquote, franchise-level guys, if not at the top of that list, whoever you want to put on it. And it's just been, look, it's been abundantly clear. They won the Super Bowl because they got out of Jalen Hurts throwing and ran it with Saquon Barkley. Their defense was all-time elite, and so they
and their offensive line was one of the offensive ever seen. It was
the best in the league.
And now
that year.
Dudes have retired and moved on, and
the line drops off.
The line drops off. You lost your offensive line coach. He said, "I'm done with this."
Yep.
And so you're trying to piece it back together, and here comes our guy, Sean Mannion, trying to, make chicken salad here.
Well, and it'll be interesting to see if he can, because that's the big thing is, I guess Hurts, while very, not contentious, but pushes back on coaching, him
he's
killing
stubborn
more butt heads.
Yeah.
Sean Mannion reportedly is like, people think he is also of Kellen Moore type of, no, I'm my offense, and you're going to do this. Like, he's not going to be Patullo last year, who basically was like, do you want to run this play? Okay, run what you want. The other big problem was Jalen Hurts reportedly audibles way too much.
Yep.
It's one thing to audible if you see a difference in defense.
Normally a lot of
time.
plays have, you have a formation set up. It's like, okay, if the defense shows you this, we're gonna shift to this. There's
he was
like a
doing
run
it regardless of that. Well, it's just like
it's like steaming Willie Beeman all of a sudden.
It's very curious to me. What's curious about this is Philadelphia has been carried by the defense.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that. They've been carried by the offensive line and the running back, and it is abundantly clear that inside those offices, the Eagles themselves are sitting here going, "This is our last go around on this. If this doesn't improve, this is it. He's going to be the next Russell Wilson, the guy who's randomly traded." We're not random anymore, but traded, and we go, whoa, But with these two stories now, we're not going to be, I think, as surprised with the Russell Wilson thing, even though the Russell Wilson thing was building in itself in the moment. And so it's going to be basically Jalen Hurts, are you a franchise quarterback for Philly? And you very well could end up on a different team. But people within that organization, when you go through both of the stories from the Philadelphia Inquirer swag and ESPN, you're talking about like 30-plus people. Think about that. What does that in itself say? That you have a quarterback in your organization and you've got like 30 different people within the organization sourcing you. It tells me that within that building, nobody there really believes in it.
Right.
And so they're going to go in, they're obviously going to do a press conference at some point, probably draft-based stuff, and they're going to be asked about this, and they're going to totally lie through their teeth. They're going to be like, well, what do you think about well, that story, there's truth to every side. They're going to dance around it because nobody wants to say what is obvious. This dude is not proving to be the franchise quarterback that carries a team. He's proving to be the kind of the quarterback that needs things to be carried. There's one piece in the Philadelphia Inquirer where Jeffrey Lurie reportedly reaches out to other people at organizations and says, what do you think of him? I think it was one coach said, he's a 1 out of 10 guy. And Lurie said, what are you talking about? He says, well, out of 10 games, he'll give you 1 that was the Super Bowl performance, and then he'll give you 9 of what?
Whatever. Yeah.
And so when you have a 1 out of 10 guy, this might be one of our next Russell Wilson franchises deciding not to extend what we thought was originally a franchise player once he won the Super Bowl. But you can go back to the Carolina game, and I had forgotten about this till I read the ESPN story. They had narrowly beaten Carolina. I think the final score ended up being 10-7. And he had 100 yards and like 2 touchdowns. And he had a quote himself was like, that's how you win with me. That's my game. And I'd forgotten about that quote of just like, what? 100 yards and 2 touchdowns winning? Or maybe it wasn't 10-7, whatever the score ended up being. But his stat line was just not something you want from a franchise quarterback. And so we go into the season next year. Jalen Hurts, you're on the hottest of hot seats.
Their over-under is 10.5.
It's 10.5?
Yeah. And the over is plus 115.
It's hard not to want to bet the over, though, because of like as bad as it was last year, they still were hosting the wild card.
Well, you're looking at, the Cowboys. Will they be better?
People are in on the Cowboys, man. People
There's
are in on your
certainly talent
team.
on the roster.
There's never been a problem with talent. It's just where's the talent at, and is it going to stay healthy?
If Jaden Daniels is healthy, how much better will Washington be? Washington
is either going to get closer to where they were 2 years ago, or we're going to find out that Dan Quinn is
And the Giants have a real head coach.
Yes. They appear to be a more serious franchise.
So how fast can Harbaugh put it together with however they're going to, how much can Jackson Dart improve?
If Jalen Hurts struggles again, if Jalen Hurts is one of the worst passing quarterbacks in the National Football League, let me ask you this. Is Philadelphia looking for a new quarterback and head coach?
I wouldn't put it past him. I don't know if that, to
be 2 seasons removed from a Super Bowl and your coach and quarterback are changed, boy, that's a to be in that position is a pretty wild scenario. But I think we're looking at if Jalen Hurts is going to be bottom barrel, he's not going to get extended. And Sirianni already in a year where he starts 10-1, and then last year it's the same thing, but it kind of is a little more contentious because A.J. Brown's pissed. The fact that you're already sitting in this and the season hasn't started and these stories are coming out, it tells me that Philadelphia is an incredibly vulnerable team. And what Dallas, New York, and Washington do, not to mention the rest of the NFC where you have the Seahawks who won the Super Bowl last year. They're coming back. The Rams are all in.
Yeah, they're divisional matchups. They get the NFC West and the AFC South.
Yeah. Well, the Colts were off to a great start last year. What that is. Yeah. Houston, are they going to have a slow starting season? Are they going to
Jaguars? Can they keep
Jags,
it going?
They were kind of one of the stories of the season last year.
What will Saleh do with the Titans?
Yep. They're revamping that
and then
with
you
Dayball.
have the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers.
Good luck. I mean, the Cardinals are in there.
Yeah.
They at least get the Cardinals. That's a guaranteed dub.
That's a road game, though.
But Jalen Hurts, according to the Jeremy Fowler ESPN story, not beloved in that franchise. And then Jeff McClain came in from the Philadelphia Inquirer and was just like, this ain't it, man. This
you don't know how this, unless they come out and just go gangbusters to start the season and the team.
If they don't have a run game, I have no faith that he's going to turn this around.
And then what is that force management and Howie Roseman and Jeff Lurie to have to make a decision about?
Yeah, they're already sitting in with the A.J. Brown stuff, and now you've got this story out there.
It's a mess.
It's an underrated mess in Philadelphia right now. But I also think Philadelphia kind of love a mess. So we'll see what happens.
The fans will choose sides. You got no issues with that.
Dude, I listened to a little
and
WIP.
It'll be curious to see whose side they choose on this.
Most fans calling in they don't love Hurts. I think they love the idea of Hurts. He seems like a good dude. He seems like he'd be a good leader. Yeah. He's really quiet-natured, right? He's not necessarily in your face. I was listening to a little bit yesterday, and they were like,
but in order to lead, you got to have people follow.
You got to be good. You got to be elite. And it's not that he's not good, but like elite, franchise-level contract elite, that's where Philadelphia and the Eagles are starting to realize not so much. So the extension for Hurts been put on the back burner as multiple stories come out that the Eagles might be ready to move on. Speaking of moving on, let's talk about one guy who might be on the verge if it doesn't get changed soon. I'll tell you who that is, but first, Swag with the sports update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers push for the 8th spot continues tonight at Moda Center. They host the New Orleans Pelicans, 7 o'clock on KUNP, Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland starts play a half game behind the Clippers, who are hosting the Spurs. After San Antonio hammered the Warriors Wednesday night, Blazers are 6.5-point favorites. The NBA has fined the Blazers $100,000 and suspended assistant general managers, Sergey Oliva and Mike Schmidt 2 weeks for violating league rules during their scouting of Jan Hansen. Prior to tonight's game, new owner of the Trailblazers, Tom Dundon, going to hold his first press conference along with GM Joe Cronin, team president Dwayne Hankins. Complete coverage coming up this afternoon on the Fan, beginning at 3 with Isaac and Suk. Final tune-up before the Masters on the PGA Tour. The Valero Texas Open from TPC San Antonio. Round 1 delayed. There's lightning in the area. They are hoping to get underway at the top of the hour. 15th ranked Oregon Ducks baseball team on the road today at Michigan. A noon first pitch. We'll have pregame coverage on 910 ESPN Portland beginning at 11:45 a.m. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the Fan Happy Hour.
Jamarcus Shepard coming up at the top of the hour. I want to ask if sports access matters to sports fans out there, because I don't particularly think it does. And I'll tell you what I mean by that in the second hour of the program. It's a Magic Hat Thursday. Brian Bush is going to join us. He's the Michigan basketball play-by-play guy as we continue to roll on our Final Four previews here and get ready for the weekend. He'll join us coming up at 8 a.m. Somebody says Jalen Hurts, all-time good guy, or basically, what did the text read? Hold on. Talking out of my butt. Butts heads with coaches, doesn't like play calling and audibles all the time. Sounds like Aaron Rodgers, but worse. Yeah. Yeah, all-time, not all-time talent, that Jalen Hurts, whereas Aaron Rodgers can get by because, well, I don't know if anybody's thrown the football better than him in the history of the league. That being said, you go from one problem in Philadelphia to another in Los Angeles. Have you been keeping track of what's going on with Puka Nacua this offseason?
Yeah, and I'm still having a hard time figuring out some of what happened.
Well, much like Jaden Ivey, I think a lot of people are wondering if he's all right.
Yes.
Upstairs.
Correct.
He seems a little off. He's been seen multiple times getting into altercations. He had the bite marks on the woman's shoulder. Did you see that?
I heard about that.
He was passed out in a club, and then he just started looking at some gal and giving Sounds
like there's multiple different issues going on that the combination of which is not a good thing.
There's a disturbing nature, I think, to him, and he bit her shoulder, and she took a photo of it. It was like all his teeth, clean bite. He is going to rehab. The Rams and his representation have basically concluded he needs real help. And so Puka Nacua, who is the Rams' leading receiver and one of the best in the sport, is checking himself into a rehab facility. Now, what does this mean for Puka, the Rams, and their future? I don't know, but I do believe it certainly puts him also in a Jalen Hurts category of obviously, and this dude is better at his position than Jalen Hurts is at his. But when you talk about paying these guys, JSN just reset the market for wide receivers. Unless Puka Nacua is going to show real signs coming out of this rehab, I'm not particularly sure the Rams are all in on resetting the market with him, especially if you're going to have this kind of behavior off the field. And people were noting this as it was happening, but eventually it reached a boiling point, and so the whole club situation with the biting, that happens, and it's dude, you got to go away here. And so now the Rams are stuck in a weird situation where they need this guy. They obviously,
it sounded like I thought I read he's been in some sort of program or some facility for a while.
Yeah.
And he should be available by OTAs, but
I think he's going to be back. It's just a matter of is this going to change? You can't have off the field behavior like this.
Yeah.
Even being as good as he is. And they're in a situation where, they want to give that contract.
Yeah, and if that's not motivation for him to get it together, whatever that means.
I would imagine that's the whole reason he's going to the rehab.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you want the deal, go to rehab.
I don't know if that's the team, his agent, whoever, his family, saying you have to figure out how to be able to handle life.
I can't help but wonder when you get to football guys having these moments, because it's one thing to have a basketball player have this. It's another when it's a football player, when you get an Antonio Brown situation, I think we're all thinking the same thing. Why you feel the way you feel is because your head's constantly being
there's
hitting
some of
the
that.
Ground.
Yeah.
Some of that. To me, that's almost all of it. I've always said of the people I've met, football players are truly insane people. To play that sport at that level, you have to have a level of crazy that nobody else really can comprehend. And so to do it week in, week out at an elite level and constantly how many times did you see him just this year? He ended up getting hurt, but he catches a ball, bangs the head on the turf. You can't help but go there when you see these storylines of weird, erratic behavior off the field. And then here we go, we're biting a woman on the shoulder, checking into rehab. So we'll see, man. The Eagles are looking at their quarterback for one reason, and the Rams are now looking at their wide receiver for another. Speaking of quarterbacks, we had a little bit of breaking news. It's not major breaking news in the National Football League, but it has since been deleted.
And then we didn't.
And I don't know what to make of that, if that's just like a timing thing, and then also how it involves this player and how impressive he was yesterday. Did you hear about that? I'll tell you who it is, and we'll talk about the breaking, not breaking news in the National Football League. Jamarcus Shepard will be on at the top of the hour at 7. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan. Jamarcus Shepard coming up here at 7 a.m., the head coach of Oregon State football. We'll get him back on the old program. Talked to him when he first got hired. I since met him in person, and so very nice guy. And then we'll get him back on coming up at 7 a.m., checking a little spring football. I don't know if they'll do a spring game, but they're going to do some spring-based things.
There'll be a spring event.
Yeah, but he's very like, I'm not doing gimmicky crap. We're doing football stuff.
Right.
So we'll have to see if there's any more intel on that when we get him on here at the top of the hour. Brian Bush at 8 a.m. So help me with this. Is this a timing thing, or is Kirk Cousins a Raider? Because Adam Schefter tweeted that Kirk Cousins is signing with the Vegas Raiders, and then he deleted it. And this was about 15 minutes ago. And I thought a couple of weeks, I had one of our listeners had reached out and said, Kirk Cousins to the Raiders? And I said, sounds like Rams. And now that's aged poorly because it sounds like Raiders.
It would make more sense to go to the Raiders.
Just because he can play right away and let Mendoza sit for a couple weeks?
Whatever they need.
I would hope Mendoza sits.
If he's ready, he's ready.
Is that team ready? It's not about him to me. It's
well, yeah, but Mendoza's got a lot better chance to protect himself from getting massacred out there than Cousins does. One more shot for Cousins, and he's done.
Yeah, but I think you do the Drake May deal. You have your Jacoby Brissett start for 7-8 weeks, and then you bring in Drake May.
I think that's a plan. That makes more sense.
Kirk Cousins to me is just, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like he is to me, I don't know how he's in the league still. I watched some of those Falcons games last year. I'm like, ugh. Joe Flacco at least like gets me excited.
Flacco still got that cannon.
He still has a cannon, yeah.
Yeah.
Cousins just looks super washed.
Yeah.
But I did see a story. One of the dumbest things I think we do on the media side, the dumbest, is we not only do we celebrate the underwear Olympics in Indy for the Combine, and I know the draft pundits don't like that. They actually are offended by that term. I think one of the dumbest things we do is get worked up by the workouts at the schools. So we had the Combine. Mendoza didn't perform there. He's like, no. I'm not going to perform until we go back to Indiana. And, I get that. I'm not mad at that. But I love that, then they go back to the schools. You saw this with Zach Wilson. Remember Zach Wilson years ago at BYU? He did the rollout in shorts and on the run threw it 50 yards through the air. And people go, oh, my God, we have to take this guy. And I'm just like, what? Because he did it in shorts? Yeah, I can't do that. That's why he's going to the NFL, and I never would. But this happened yesterday with Mendoza. He reportedly threw 56 passes and wowed everybody. And I'm like, you know what wowed me? Winning the national championship. Yeah. You know what wowed me? Dicing up Oregon. You know what wowed me? Countless throws, too many times to count throughout the Big Ten and playoffs run where you're like, yep, that dude's special. I didn't need to see him in shorts and a T-shirt slang the out route and be like, oh, my God, did you see how accurate he was? Now, the one good thing for him is at least the size part. That, to me, if you're an NFL team, you care about. He's gained 10 pounds, I think they said.
Yeah.
He's 6'5". He's underrated athletic. He's not the most athletic, but he's underrated athletic.
We heard the same thing with Herbert. Those of us that got to see him on a regular basis understood.
Yeah.
He's not just, drop back, sling it guy.
No, and we saw it firsthand.
He could move around, yeah.
I mean, he won the Rose Bowl with the 3 rushing touchdowns. So I think the dumbest thing we do is be wowed by guys in gym shorts at their own schools throwing to their wide receivers when we literally watched them do that in pads against actual defense and pass rushers. But that has to be the takeaway. I just think the Raiders, because the story came out that Brady was asking about coming back, and Goodell was like, no, dude, stop. Just stop. You're not going to do all of this. You're not going to broadcast a game, quarterback, and be an owner. But the Raiders are in such a weird spot of it's a clear restart from a restart.
Yeah.
From a restart. And there's also a report out there that Davis is basically eventually going to sell all his. I think he may eventually get out.
Got to. I mean, if the franchise values are going where they're going, and if he wants to acquire, that's the thing about trying to acquire free agents. We've talked about it before.
He lets Brady do it. He's given up. He owns the majority stake.
Brady might be richer than he is, or at least more cash rich.
Maybe more cash. I don't know, man. He's not poor. We act like he doesn't have even $100
but how
million.
much of his worth is actually tied up in the value of the franchise versus
that for sure. Yeah.
What else he might have? How liquid is he? Because if you want to go get those big free agents or sign those big deals, we tell you the signing bonus has to be like cash up front. You got to put that in escrow or you have to have it ready to go. The guaranteed pieces of contracts have to be, you have to have that money on hand in some capacity.
Is there a team in the NFL draft when you look at the top of the draft, is there a team that if they were picking Mendoza would make you feel better than, because like with him, it's not to me about his skill. It's about the team.
Yeah, can the team.
I don't, like, why should I suddenly think that they're going to have their S figured out? I thought that last year. I picked them to be a wild card team, and they were the worst team in football.
I don't know.
I mean, because obviously you have the Jets. You'd say no to that.
No.
The Cardinals, I think you'd say no, but they at least have an offensive base-minded coach.
Yeah, well, the Raiders do now.
No, I get that, but the Raiders have been terrible.
I know.
They've been to, didn't we look this up? They've been to the playoffs. Is it once or it's twice since their Super Bowl in 2002? Twice since 2002. I at least have a better track record of that in Arizona. Tennessee is interesting, but they have Cam Ward. The Giants have Dart. The Browns have 80 quarterbacks, and none of them seem like starting quarterbacks.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have any more faith that the Browns organization can properly develop and put a team around Mendoza than
it might be the Raiders. It might be them. But I hope that they go the route of signing a Cousins and then let him sit for the first few weeks. I think that's the best possible route you can go.
Yeah, you've got to wait. You take him and then you wait until he forces you based on what he's doing in practice and the team and all that.
Or you're forced by a 1-7 or 0-8
or
record.
something like that. But if the goal is, if you're not worried about your record this year,
right,
then the goal should be, no, Mendoza will go when he proves to everybody in the building he's ready. There's nothing else he can develop, do, and practice. He needs the reps.
Isn't that a guy, though? I would say this, though, on your point. He's coming in as game ready, I think a rookie could be.
Yeah.
Outside of like
I
the
think
Knicks
he's going to prove it faster than everybody thinks. I'll be shocked if they get to the bye, unless it's really early, that he's not starting.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an earlier start than Drake May had. But
if Kirk Cousins goes out there and starts game one and looks like he did in Atlanta,
they won't have a choice.
It won't be long.
A lot to get to in the second hour of the program, but we kick it off with Jamarcus Shepard, head coach of Oregon State. He's going to join us. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
Veteran.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers push for the 8th spot continues tonight. They're at Moda Center hosting the New Orleans Pelicans, 7 o'clock, KUMP, Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland starts play a half game behind the Clips, hosting the Spurs. After San Antonio hammered the Warriors on Wednesday, Blazers 6.5-point favorites. The NBA fined the team $100,000 and has suspended assistant GMs Sergey Oliva and Mike Schmitz 2 weeks for violating league rules in the scouting of young Hansen. Final tune-up before the Masters PGA Tour Valero Texas Open about to get started after a lightning delay. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart for the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the Oregon Ducks.
The Fan and the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM, 1080 AM, The Fan, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. We have a lot to get to in the second hour. The Blazers caught with their hands in the cookie jar. That's no bueno, man. They got in trouble for that. So we'll talk about that here in the second hour. But we kick off the second hour with our good friend Jamarcus Shepard, head coach, Oregon State football. Spring ball is back. And then they took a break, and now it's back again. And so we're happy to have the coach on. Coach, thanks for hopping back on with us. It was nice to meet you in person a few weeks after we interviewed you the first time. And I want to ask you, when you go on a recruiting trip or you're going to visit schools or coaches or whatever it is, when Coach Shepard is going to a grocery store or like a mini mart, what are the ideal, I have to have this drink and I have to have these snacks while I'm on the road?
Oh, you know what? First of all, thank you for having me on the show. I love a good bag of those Fritos, those little twisty Fritos.
Yes.
Those are outstanding. I seem to run through the whole bag in one sitting. And I'm a root beer guy. And so a good, nice, cold can of root beer is right up my alley. Now I gotta open the can though. You open the can and that first drink, it's the best.
Now, when you say the Frito twist, are we talking about the chili cheese flavor or like the generic flavor?
Well, they're the generic flavor, but they twist around, so they do have a flavor to them.
Okay, all right. And then I would also just add to your root beer point, I'm a big Diet Coke guy, but I'm only a Diet Coke and a can guy. I don't like the Diet Coke in plastic bottles. There's a clear difference there, and I think only real ones understand what that difference is.
There's no doubt about it. There's nothing like opening the fresh can and cracking it open. That first taste is unbelievable, especially after cutting the grass.
Oh, dude, look at us. We just sound like the oldest guys in the world right now. Canned soda and cutting grass. How's spring ball been? I know you had the break, but it's early on. But what has it been like so far for you?
It's been great to get out there with the guys. The whole point to me of spring ball is setting some standards and then finding out what each individual is capable of. But ultimately, as I told them, to really look at what Coach Tomlin says, it's not just about what you're capable of, but what you're willing to do. So what are you willing to do right now to become the best version of yourself? And so it's been awesome getting out there with the guys and seeing the scheme come to life on both sides of the ball, and really push the envelope in special teams because obviously I know that's a big part of what didn't allow our guys to have success in the past.
Yeah, no kidding on that one, man. I do want to ask you. You talked yesterday about the passing game needing to maybe be a little more improved. And look, I know spring football, it's like such a practice-to-practice deal. One day it can be good, the next day it can be not what you're hoping. I am curious about the quarterback battle and how everything is going there. I know Malik Murphy is coming back, and that's the biggest name that people know. But is it a clear quarterback competition, and just what you make of the progress from where you're at now and where you're hoping to be by the end of spring?
Oh, it's definitely a clear quarterback competition. We got 3 guys in that room right now who are really chomping at the bit and getting about equal reps to sort of see what they look like at the end of this whole spring campaign. Obviously, there'll be no decisions made on who a starting quarterback is until a long time from now. And so we're just giving each and every one of them an opportunity to execute the offense at a high level and continue to learn it. You know, every one of them is new to the offense. So we'd be remiss if we were to go in any other direction than to create competition within the guys.
Oregon State head football coach Jamarcus Shepard, our guest here, joining us as spring football is back in the mix after their spring break as they try to get ready. And the spring festivities will be kind of in just a couple weeks. Do you have an understanding of what you want to do yet for that, or are you guys still trying to work that out?
I got a pretty good idea of what I wanted to do. It's twofold. So just really a lot of it is predicated on who's available. We're finally about where we're going to be up until the summer. And so I'll probably be able to make that decision here in the next 3 to 4 days.
You've been coaching for a while. I'm curious because you were talking about people that understand college football and how important that is with what college football has kind of become the last couple of years. Being somebody that's been coaching for a while, what would you do or tweak that you think would be beneficial for guys like you and programs around the country with spring football? It does seem like an odd deal, spring football, but like, would you change anything about how everything is set up for you guys?
I think one thing I'm really grateful for is the fact that we don't have a second transfer window. That made it very difficult for us as coaches to be able to really push our players in some instances. Now, of course, some of the other places I was at, we just pushed them anyway, but it made it hard because in those moments they had the opportunity to go into the transfer portal. And sometimes pushing a player is sitting their rear end on the bench, okay? All right? So bench sends signal to brain and tells brain, guess what? You better go out there and play better. You better go out there and work harder. And sometimes that's the best motivator for some of these young people is to see that they're not the one that's going to be starting. And when you have a transfer portal coming open, guess what? Sometimes you can't use that motivator to help those young men get better. And so I'm really grateful for the fact that we've already completed what we have in terms of transfer portal for football, and we get to keep pushing these guys and really truly having a competitive environment. Beyond that, you know what? I'm not the one that's going to change all the rules related to the college football, but I just feel grateful that we have an opportunity to give our players a chance.
Well, like Dion had this, I think it was a year ago or so, where he was trying to schedule an inter-squad kind of scrimmage for spring and then have like a scrimmage game instead of doing their own team. Like, is that something you'd be open-minded to, of like allowing you guys, whoever that may be in college football, to just kind of have like a co-practice and then maybe have a scrimmage game instead of just a spring game in your own stadium in front of fans?
I think that, it's a great idea in theory, and I applaud Coach Sanders for thinking outside of the box. I'm interested in winning in the fall. Yeah. And so I'm interested in making sure that I have my players available in the fall. I don't know what the culture is related to any other program except mine, and I feel that I can create the necessary competition. I can create the necessary scenarios just working with my own team in the spring versus integrating someone else's culture into my own team.
I had somebody tell me that your energy in practice is almost one of a madman, that you're just running around, you're encouraging guys, and you're bringing an energy. I'm curious how the team was reacting to that, the first maybe couple get-togethers where you're coming in there and you're ready to go. And we've seen some of the videos released on social media of you just being super hype, blowing the whistle, getting everybody going, and just trying to change, I guess, energy and culture, along with also trying to progress a team from where they were to where you want them to be even in year one.
Well, there was a study that was put out in the NBA. I can't remember what year it is, but I've talked with our Unity Council about this study, and it looked at the number of touches that a player received throughout the course of a season from their teammates. And that's high fives, pats on the back, pats on the butt, just various things that players were receiving. And it was an NBA study, but I thought it was very relevant to our game. And it talked about how the MVP that year had the most touches amongst his teammates, and it spoke towards leadership and encouragement. And so I do my best to help each one of our players get more and more touches throughout the course of practice so that we can help them and encourage them to be the best version of themselves. And that's all I'm asking for, is for them to be the best version of themselves, not anybody else. And so that energy and enthusiasm that I bring to practice each and every day is not by accident. I'm not just doing it just so that I can be loud. Although I am very loud, I want everybody in the whole stadium to hear me. It does serve a purpose for these young men to know that, hey, I believe that they're capable of more than what they're getting.
You know, I give you credit. You were talking about new players that were coming into the program, and you got to one kid, and, dude, I'm not kidding when I say credit to you. I am bad with names. And you said the kid, and you said, Adrian, I don't want to butcher your last name, so I'm not going to do it. And I commend it. I don't even know how you guys in your profession are able to keep track, even if you know a kid, like how you keep track of the amount of players and all their names, and then you meet their families, and then you meet the boosters. Like, the name thing is just, were you prepared for that as a coach, or is that like a learned skill? Because I'd be terrible at it.
Well, you got to think about my name. My name is Jamarcus, okay? How many times do you think I've been called Jamarcus? How many times do you think I've been called Marcus, okay? How many times do you think I've been called Jamar? How many times do you think it's been spelled incorrectly? And so I just take a lot of pride in trying to get and understand and say people's names appropriately. So it's definitely something that I have prepared myself for. You know, Jeremiah, a lot of people are going to say Ione, but that is incorrect. You know, I do a good job of going to each and every one of these young men and saying, hey, tell me exactly how to say your name. Now, I could have spelled Adrian's last name. I could have spelled it right there, but
I don't know if that would have helped us.
I just didn't want to butcher his last name. So and now I'm going to make sure I know how to say it going forward.
Yeah, no doubt. Jamarcus Shepard, head coach of Oregon State. You have a KG defensive coordinator with a history of being a head coach, man. I know you have an idea of what a program and culture and everything is going to be in your viewpoint. How nice has it been to have Mike McIntyre around to maybe pick his brain of any instance where you haven't experienced this or that as a new head coach, to have a guy like that with that kind of history?
Man, his presence here has been invaluable. I mean, it's just when you know that there's something that maybe you hadn't experienced before, to the ease of just walking down the hall and asking him, hey, have you dealt with this before? And his ability to have a low ego, but have a answer and a response that produces at a high level, that to me is what I appreciate about him the most. And he says it very often, Coach Shepard, hey, look, my job is to help you through this process. And, you know, this was the experience I had, but it may be very different here. So this is what my experience was. And I just appreciate his low ego as it pertains to those situations.
How off guard were you by Scott Barnes announcing his retirement?
You know what? Never really off guard. Honestly, I had a conversation with him a couple weeks prior, asking him his long-term what he thought would happen long term for him here at Oregon State and his career. He gave me an outstanding answer, like I said in the interview, that I really truly believed. And then, things got accelerated. And so at the end of the day, I want what's best for Scott because I feel like Scott wants what's best for me. And so, I'm excited for him and his next adventure, him and Jody, and their opportunity to, maybe at some point spend even more time with one another and continue to help, student athletes in the way that I know that they will, even though he may not be the athletic director here anymore.
I know you're new to Oregon State, but I thought your front door answer yesterday you told to the local media scribes was dead on. I've felt that way for a long time and haven't felt necessarily like the university has treated it that way, so I love to hear the front door analogy used. Do you feel like you're going to be able to have a voice in the new hire? I feel like that's pretty important to have the football coach who just got here be pretty lockstep with the new athletic director.
Well, I hope so. I've made my desire to want to be involved in that particular process known, and I hope that I get the opportunity to do that. If not, again, guys, I got a whole football team that I got to run, my first time running one, and so if there's more responsibility for me to be involved in making sure that we can get a freaking first down on 3rd and 2, then I'll spend more time getting that first down, because at the end of the day, whoever the athletic director is, you know what, they're not going to be calling plays on Saturdays. And so I got to just make sure our players are prepared for when those moments come up on Saturdays. But, would love to be a part of the process and give my input on what I think it would be beneficial for us here in Oregon State.
Final one for you, because we do appreciate the time, and I know you're super busy as you're driving, and it sounds like maybe you're in your office now, so you're getting settled in for the whole day of festivities you got planned down there. NFL draft's around the corner, and I know you're pretty big with certain position guys, right, being a wide receiver coach in your past, but I am curious on the Ty Simpson stuff. Ty Simpson's been very debated. Is he a first-round guy, a second-round guy? As somebody who worked closely around Ty Simpson, saw it in person, just your thoughts of him going and getting ready for the NFL as potentially a team decides if he's a franchise quarterback.
Ty Simpson is a young man who is a first-round talent when it comes to his ability to throw the ball. I mean, he throws it as purely as anyone that I've been around. Obviously, him being a son of a coach, his mind, mental acuity as it pertains to understanding the game of football, again, is a first-round draft pick caliber. In addition to that, when you start to think about his ability to lead the others around him in various capacities. When you get a football team, you got a hodgepodge of different personalities, and his ability to adapt to the varying personalities that he's going to see in an NFL locker room makes him a first-round talent. So I'll tell you what, if I were a GM, if I were a head coach, I'd bet my career on going and getting a guy like Ty Simpson in the first round.
There we go. Good stuff. Jamarcus Shepard, head coach of Oregon State football, as spring ball rolls on. The spring event is just a couple weeks away. We appreciate having you on, man. It's been nice to get you back on and have you over here coaching the program. Hope to catch up with you soon and continued success, and hope everybody stays healthy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys, and go Bees.
All right, there we go. Jamarcus Shepard, head coach, Oregon State football, with a check-in from spring ball with the old mighty Beavs of like, yeah, man, I'd love to have a say in the AD. I also have to pick up a 3rd down on 3rd and 2. He's nice. He's a really nice dude. Good stuff from Jamarcus Shepard. All right, something in relation to Jamarcus Shepard that I want to ask people out there of like, do people care about this? Because I got into a little bit of a debate with a friend, and I don't think people do, but this person claims that they do. So we'll talk about that. We got the Blazer news, unfortunately, that happened yesterday. We got suspensions and fines. What? Over a non-rotational player? A G League legend right now? They won a playoff game against the El Capitans. Yeah, you didn't know that, did you? One down in Mexico City.
I knew they were playing him. I didn't know that had occurred.
Oh, yeah. Now they get ready to play the other team.
The them.
The Thems. In this day and age, there could be a team called the Thems. You
That's
never
true.
know. We'll get to all that coming up next on 105.1 The Fan. Well, the Blazers got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, the Chinese cookie jar.
Yeah.
I love a good...
is that the fortune cookie jar?
I love the fortune cookie. I think the fortune cookie should stay here forever.
Nothing will get me more upset leaving Panda Express than if they forget my fortune cookie.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, we're going to have Panda Express, I think, in the Rose Garden.
I would imagine so.
Which, no disrespect to any health company out there, can Tommy D bring back the Rose Garden? I know we need to make money. I know he's never going to do this. God, you want to talk about a win in this city.
Yeah.
The littlest thing. You give me that logo back and call it the Rose Garden again. I would be so damn happy.
Yeah.
But we are going to get probably, I would guess, a Panda Express in there given, the ownership situation.
Yeah, I would think so.
I'm kind of with you, but I also don't know if I got it until I get home.
Yeah.
Because I usually do the mobile order app.
Okay.
The ordering that way because it's actually the quickest. Especially the one I go to is always a long-ass line. If you do the app, dude, super quick. And whenever I pick the bag up, I just grab the bag. I don't even look in if all my food's there. They're one of the rare fast food places, Swag, that I don't check if they got my order. If I go to a burger joint, I don't really so much anymore, but if I go to one of these chains or these Mexican spots, like the T-Bells,
the burger,
you have to check.
The burger, because I'm so particular about what I want on my burger or not.
You go to like a fast food and you're particular about your burger order?
Because I don't want any. I no mustard, mayonnaise. Like, it's been screwed up enough where if you specifically say,
like, if you go to a McDeezy's, what is your standard burger order?
I'll probably get a double quarter pounder with just the cheese and the onions.
You fat ass dude, that's the best one. I'm with you 100%. That's the go.
If I'm going to fast food, I'm all in to go to fast food because it doesn't happen very often anymore. Yeah,
I'm with you. The double QP, man. I don't change anything on it though. Give me the pickles, the mustard,
the slivered onions. Oh yeah, just give me the cheese and the onions and the beef.
No ketchup?
No.
Really?
No, if I'm going to put sauce on a burger, it's barbecue sauce.
That's the only sauce you'll do?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, you're a little too picky for a fast food order.
Yeah.
I think if you're going fast food, you just got to, whatever's on that menu.
That's why I like Five Guys, because they have A1. A1 sauce on the burger is fantastic.
It's delightful.
Get the lettuce, you get the grilled onions, maybe grilled mushrooms if you like.
I'll give you the sneaky Five Guys order. You never go standard burger. You go little burger. Because the little burger will save you a few bucks, and you load that bitch up with whatever. And, dude, you're eating like a king.
Yeah.
That's the underrated Five Guys order. And then, you ask for any size. You could ask for a small fry.
Yeah, you get the kids' fry.
They're just going to dump half
dump
of the
another
bag.
one in the bag.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm with you there. The fortune cookie...
It's not like you're going to go back and make a deal out of it.
But it does,
just irks you and gets under your... Where's my fortune? Where's my fortune cookie?
Now, we should have a conversation. Have the fortunes gotten substantially
They're
worse?
not fortunes anymore.
No, they're not.
They're reaffirmations.
Dude, yeah. It's like...
No, I want a fortune.
I know.
Do I need to buy a lottery ticket today? That's what I need to know.
Give me the numbers and say it needs to happen today. Don't be like, you're beautiful and you're confident.
Exactly.
Like, I don't need that.
Look, we do this for a living. Confidence ain't lacking.
The fortune cookie leaves me the most upset. That's good. What was I going to do here?
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
No, I'm going to get to that next.
Oh,
I know.
Yeah, we were going to get Panda Express.
You screwed me over with that fortune cookie
Well, I know.
talk.
It irks you, too.
I love the orange chicken there. I got to admit. I don't know what they do because I've done the at-home, do-it-yourself one.
Oh, yeah.
It's just always going to be a little better.
There's something super addictive in there.
Well, we know. Come on. And I'm addicted to it. There's no doubt about it. I was going to ask you. I got into a conversation with a sports friend.
Okay.
And it was basically along the lines of Oregon State has closed their practices. So back in the Riley era, they used to just be spring ball. Dude, you get the...
Mike knew everybody by name that was covering the team, pretty much.
The community would come and literally sit down with their lawn chairs and just watch. Like, Mike didn't care about that stuff.
No.
It's a new day and age. Oregon State still, by the way, is open to the media for 20 to 25 minutes is what I was told. So it being completely closed is erroneous. But the person I was talking to was about how a mistake it is for Oregon State to close their practices, to which I said, I don't understand that thinking. This is 2026. Nobody has open practices.
Yeah.
And then we got back and forth, and they were like, well, fans will care because media gets better. And I just was like, I don't think that's accurate at all.
Fans will care if they don't have to pay $125 to sit in the third deck. That's what fans care about.
Fans care about what your record is.
That too.
Because Oregon's been closing their stuff for years. Yeah. And tell me how much their fans care.
Yeah.
And also, like, even if your practice is open for only 25 minutes to the media, that's a lot of time. How many programs are even open for 25 minutes? I think Oregon's is for like 15.
They get 10 or 15. Basically, like they're just stretching and, going through their warm-ups.
It's not the juicy parts.
No, you're not in there when they're doing install or situational stuff.
So you're with me on this because I thought it was a nothing burger.
It's a nothing burger.
And then I text somebody down in Corvallis and that works for Oregon State, and I was like, hey, help me out here. And they basically echoed, no, you're right. It's about time we treated ourselves like a real program.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, that's good perspective then.
And I think it also helps focus for the players. Like they're not looking over there worried about somebody snapping a picture. I know a lot of it's injury related. If somebody rolls an ankle or they're
no doubt
slow to get up, and then it's immediately on social media, and then it's an issue, even if in practice he just got dinged up and there's nothing.
There's more of a negative than a positive, right? If you have a good practice in spring,
okay,
it'll be
it was
written
practice.
About. But if it's a bad one,
but
what
all
is
of
everybody
a sudden
talk about?
the receiver drops 4 passes
Malik
or something
Murphy
like that.
Can't complete a throw down 20 yards.
And
like,
now
what
it's
are we going to talk
thing.
about? Exactly. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we weren't so reactionary today.
I know.
But I think this is as much on media and social media and something going, quote, viral or turning into a thing when guy had a bad practice.
I hope he does it, man. He seems like such a good dude.
Certainly somebody that everybody should be pulling for, and
he's also a little old school. Did you catch that Bobby Knight thing?
Yeah.
Nothing motivates a player more than ass meat bench.
He did coach under Saban.
We'll have to see, man. I'm really curious to see how this is going to go. But now they're in the midst of getting a new AD, and he has to be a huge part of this conversation.
I think, if you use the search firm or whatever to whittle down candidates that fit the mold and the finalists, if they're not at least having dinner or something just to chat for a little bit, that's short-sighted on Oregon State's part.
Yeah, we'll have to see on that one. But the search goes on for the new AD. Spring ball continues to roll on. Our thanks again to not Marcus.
Jamarcus.
Not DeMarcus.
No, not LaMarcus.
I was going to ask him about LaMarcus because Aldridge.
Yeah.
Jamarcus Shepard.
Yes.
Who I never could remember that many names. I don't know how those guys do that. The boosters, their wives, the administrators, the families, the players.
I work hard. I have to. There's times with the pilots going over there, and you're meeting people, and do you know so and so? Do you know?
To me, it's just about remembering. It's not like
exactly.
And I mean it in a non-disrespectful way of like I've met this person twice. Oh my God, what's their name?
Yeah, because I'm not over there all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm popping in, I'm popping out, but I'm there regularly enough, and it's like okay, I gotta be conscious about that.
The Blazers were penalized yesterday.
Yeah, let's talk about a nothing burger.
Really?
It's $100,000.
That's a lot of money.
Well, for you and me.
2-week suspension for our guy Schmitz. Oh, really?
I saw this.
You're taking the opposite approach.
And if I'm done and I'm
nervous.
like, okay, my dudes are going to the lengths of whatever.
Oh,
now,
see, you might be right on that, but I'm nervous about
however, why are you doing this for Young?
I mean.
That's the other piece of it.
He's not even on your roster. He's on your G League team.
This was 3 years ago.
Oh, my God, dude. Let's talk about that. We have the press conference today from old Tommy D. We'll get into that as well. Dirt and Sprague back with more, but first, Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Trailblazers back home tonight after the big win over the Clippers Tuesday. They get the New Orleans Pelicans for a 7 o'clock tip on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016. They begin play just a half game behind the Clips, who are hosting the Spurs. San Antonio hammered the Warriors Wednesday night, so they should be fairly fresh. Portland 6.5-point favorites. The NBA did fine the team $100,000 and suspended assistant general manager Sergey Oliva and Mike Schmitz 2 weeks each for violating league rules in the scouting of Young Hansen. Prior to tonight's game, new owner and the Trailblazers Tom Dundon going to hold his first press conference. He'll be there with GM Joe Cronin, team president Dwayne Hankins. We'll have complete coverage here this afternoon with Isaac and Suk starting at 3 o'clock. Final tune-up for the Masters is the Valero Texas Open from TPC San Antonio. After a lightning delay this morning, they are underway with round one. Nick Hardy, Austin Smotherman, the only players under par early at 1 under. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for
for 6326. By the way, we're going to Magic Hat it up coming up in the final hour of the program. Brian Bush. We got some Bush on the show. What? Brian. That's his name. Is Brian
Okay.
Bush.
Yes, it is.
We need more Bush. 8 a.m. Michigan play-by-play man. This text, my wife got the worst fortune cookie ever about 2 years ago. It said something along the lines of, opportunities everywhere. Just work harder.
I don't need to be scolded. I don't need to be browbeaten by my fortune cookie.
I've noticed some scolding-esque fortune cookies before where I'm like, that doesn't seem
Now, if you want a
inspiring
good
at
April
all.
Fool's Day joke, is to get a series of fortune cookies, but it's like somebody roasting you,
Yeah.
like Nikki Glazer fortune cookies or something.
That's a sneaky good idea.
That would be fun on April Fool's Day.
My youngest wanted to do an April Fool's prank on my oldest yesterday, but it was kind of late. She had basketball, so we got home a little later, and she's getting ready for bed, and she's like, I wanted to play a prank on her. And I go, what did you want to do? And she goes, I wanted to take the cream filling out of an Oreo and put mayonnaise in there. And I said, that's a good idea. And I go, I think we have Oreos. So we went down, we looked, we didn't have any. And then I go, wait a minute. Mayonnaise is a white color base-ish, right? So I grabbed this bag of marshmallows, we cut it in half, and we filled it with mayonnaise. And then we pinched it shut, and we took a bag upstairs, and we're like, hey, do you want one? We're having them. And I acted like I pulled that one out of the bag and handed it to her. She instantly felt the mayonnaise.
Yeah.
And then she tasted it, and enough mayonnaise had fallen out of the marshmallow that she didn't really taste mayonnaise. Oh. This is a failed prank.
Yeah.
But I love the kiddo for trying to put
Appreciate
a prank
the
on
effort.
her. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like a good effort prank. So yesterday, it was announced the NBA is going to suspend Mike Schmitz and Sergio Oliva for 2 weeks without pay, and the organization's been fined $100,000 for violating league rules governing contact with draft and eligible players 2 years before they drafted one Young Hansen. Now, one of their international scouts noticed Hansen at a FIBA Under-19 World Cup game in Hungary and put Schmitz and company on, and they evidently reached out and made contact with Young. That is not allowed.
Yeah, until a player officially declares for the draft or is in the pool, apparently you can't have direct contact with them.
The Blazers sent out a statement that basically said, we have cooperated at every step of the investigation and we accept the league's punishment. And I saw this from Heiken that Schmitz detailed the week of the draft took months for Blazers to clear due to the Chinese government's strict rules about foreign companies doing business in the country. Two execs spent 8 days in China and continued to follow Young's progress closely during the 23-24, 24-25 CBA seasons. Look, it's not really that big of a punishment. It's $100K and a couple weeks suspension. It's a slap on the wrist. Plus, they were working with the investigation.
Well, yeah. It's something the league doesn't want to set a precedent for, so you're like...
It just was a little funny. It's like, wait, the non-rotational, on your roster guy?
And they put his stats. He's only played in 41 games.
I will say, man, it's been a dud of a rookie year. I mean, I don't know if you could have dreamed of a worse rookie season for a player that people were calling Chinese Jokic
and
than
a team that desperately, look, Rob Williams is great, but he's not a 5. He's your backup center.
Who?
I don't think Rob Williams. I think he's a 4.
You think Rob Williams is a 4?
Well, defensively. I mean, he's 6'9".
I mean, he's not the tallest cat, but he's pretty good at blocking shots.
No, I understand.
I like Rob as a backup
great.
big.
I love having him off the bench, but you don't have a backup center.
Well, it's just interesting to me because I understand why people have the conspiracy of this was a pick made to make money for the obvious Chinese market reason.
Yeah,
but if you're being honest and legitimate
about it,
you also
need to be playing.
They've been scouting him for 3 years. Like this is clearly somebody internally they think the moon of.
They think he's gonna now. How long it takes for him to pop versus
that's the tough part.
Yeah,
I think Young Hansen is about for me, he's half of a season next year for me deciding on there's not an argument. He's been terrible this year for them, right? He's not ready for the NBA yet.
He has not been able to contribute meaningful minutes to them.
I would have preferred them to, grab a player that could have been somewhat meaningful for them.
Yeah.
Even if that player isn't all-time franchise-changing player.
No, but at least especially when they went through all the injuries that they went through mid-season, it's like you need somebody out there who can give you 15 minutes and
but I do think it's a little soon to announce that he's never going to become anything.
No,
like there's people that
was
think
a project.
They
did not shy away from the fact that he was a project when they drafted him. However,
I'm trying to see because you had Young at 16. Carter Bryant was your guy.
Yeah,
that was the guy. And by the way, that's aged beautifully for you. They're starting to play him now.
Yep.
And I want to talk about Wemby coming up today, but Carter Bryant's turned out pretty
he has
good.
the luxury of they haven't needed him to be, a key contributor with all of the talent that they have on that roster. They can pick and choose the spots, and he can develop. But he's contributed much more than Young has.
I mean, you kind of look at that tail end, though. It's not like they're surrounded by guys who are dominating either.
No.
You know what I mean? Like it's most of the players that are in front of him that make you go, oh, okay. Now, the Cedric Coward thing.
Now, remember, they did a swap. They traded backwards.
Yeah, they went from 11.
And what else did they get? Did they get a future first rounder out of that?
No.
Or they just get like 3 seconds and.
They traded 11th overall pick, Cedric Coward to the Grizzlies. Portland received the 16th pick, a 2028 first-round pick, and 2 future picks.
Okay, so they did get a future first rounder.
I was wrong on that. I guess I just forgot that trade. I know they traded back. I just forgot the details of the trade.
You don't trade back unless you're getting something. And I know it wasn't a player.
That's via Orlando, by the way. Is that Orlando first-round 2028 pick? I wonder if the protections are on that.
I don't know. We'll have to dig
top 10
in.
Protected or
if it's unprotected and
you might like that.
Orlando's wondering if Banchero's the dude or not, and they might be rebooting. Yeah. That could be valuable.
Maybe.
And we'll see if
you could have got Carter Bryant with that pick though at 11.
I know.
Carter Bryant's like a Tamani Kamara clone.
Yep.
So, you want a 2028 pick or you want another Tamani Kamara?
I don't know.
I think you do know.
Yeah, you do.
You loved Carter Bryant.
I did.
You were big on that.
Yeah.
Not much of a punishment. Kind of funny, actually.
It's funny.
2 years ago?
I think Tom Dundon will quietly appreciate.
See, and I think I disagree with you slightly. I
mean, he doesn't want to write a $100,000 check, but as far as his dudes, like...
You like that his dudes are bending in a little bit, the rules.
We'll go in the gray areas.
I would more be like, all right, who have you guys drafted overall?
Now, I would question, why were we doing it for that guy?
TBD?
Yeah.
Maybe next year we see why, but now, certainly we don't. He's helping the remix against the El Capitans in the G League playoffs.
Oh, I got to go look at that G League playoff bracket.
They're playing, I think, Sacramento? Stockton?
Stockton.
Is there a G League Stockton
There's a
team?
G League team in Stockton,
I think that's who they're playing. It seems like it's a one-and-done tournament. I don't think it's a series.
I think the final series is a best of 3.
Do they play it at one venue to save money?
I think so.
It's just like, oh, we'll be at Child Center for 3 games. Haven't we won a G League title?
No.
You sure about that?
Because we haven't had a G League team for all that long.
I thought we won it 2 years ago. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Because I thought this was the first time they made the playoffs. The remix.
I couldn't tell you.
They're playing the Stockton Kings.
Yeah, you are right. First time ever was their playoff appearance this year. We're talking too much remix. We got to get out of this. All right. We're back with more. The Blazers were fine. We have a press conference today. Tom Dundon's going to be speaking, and so we'll talk a little bit about that in the final hour. We got the Magic Hat in the final hour. Brian Bush, Michigan basketball play-by-play guy, going to be on at 8. His thoughts on the matchup with Arizona. Really excited to talk with him as get you ready for the Final Four. It is 7:45. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Oh, I love Jalen. I mean, there's no bigger fan of Jalen than me. Clutch gene, absolutely. Incredibly dedicated to the game, to winning, and being a huge winner. And I love everything about him.
Oh, I love Jalen. I won't extend him, but I love Jalen. Jalen's my guy. How could you not love Jalen? I won't extend him, but I love Jalen so much. There's Jeffrey Lurie, owner of the Eagles, on his love for Jalen Hurts. Multiple stories out about how the Eagles don't love Jalen Hurts, but Jeffrey Lurie publicly is going to tell you that he loves Jalen Hurts. Who's stinking it up? The Eagles and their quarterback situation. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Three Mountains Home Services, now through the end of April, we'll install a tankless water heater, and they'll include a free water softener. Enjoy warmer showers and say goodbye to hard water. Call or visit threemountainshomservices.com and schedule your appointment today. Brian Bush is going to join us, the basketball play-by-play voice, coming up at 8 a.m. I feel this is worthy, so stick with me here. Big news. Massive news. You see it?
No.
You didn't?
I don't know. Did I?
I think you did. Maybe you missed it.
Oh.
I don't know how you could. Audie Crooks is at the transfer portal.
So she has eligibility. I thought she might have been coming out in this year's draft.
She's not in the draft. She's going to hit the portal. I think these girls are finding, and I know they just did the new CBA, they're finding that the money they make as college stars is better a lot of times than going to the draft and being like the last pick in the first round.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the new CBA.
We don't know all the details yet.
Yeah,
but yeah.
It's a significant jump from what it was.
Like Caitlin in Iowa was making more than she was on her first year of the Fever. She was making, 73 in the Fever?
Something like that.
Dude, she was making multiple millions at Iowa. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Audie Crooks is going to transfer. Dirt's Dream's still alive that we could draft her. But not this year.
That's true.
Potentially next year if we don't have the number one pick.
But I wonder, she'd be a perfect fit around the crew that Oregon has coming back next year for their women's program.
Oh, Audie Crooks, a female, a lady duck?
Yes. Now, I don't know if Coach Graves.
Is she going to go to a bigger program?
That's what I wonder. Is she headed
She's actually really good.
UConn or LSU or South Carolina or something?
Yeah. Audie Crooks with Don Staley would be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Sky Rook have any chance? No, probably not.
I don't know.
Don't think we have the NIL. That's a player that's going to cash in big time.
Yep.
And that's why she's doing this. I mean, it sucks for Iowa State.
It does.
But that's a girl that really made a name for herself this year.
And my guess is this is also motivated by wanting to play for and possibly win a national championship.
Well, capable of it, and there's no doubt. I mean, she's the best player on her team. So does she go to UConn?
South Carolina, Texas. I mean,
Texas is a sneaky good one too.
I don't know. Is
she
Madison
from?
Booker done?
Let me see. I'm trying to see where she's from. She's from Iowa.
Oh, okay. Well,
so she just stayed home.
Maybe it's time to venture out.
I mean, I think it's all about the do-re-mi. Who's going to give her the biggest check?
Yeah.
Some of those like UConns and the LSUs, like
that's where I wonder if you want to talk about all the resources, and they talk about Olympic sports. Are they going to be endangered because the schools now can direct all the money towards NIL and they control the purse strings? So, in the need for schools where it's an arms race.
Well, but what are the women's basketball?
I don't know.
NILs?
I have no clue.
Because I know men's is pretty good, but is Audie Crooks going to get $1 million?
I don't know.
Because she seems like somebody that's pretty markable for your program.
Yeah.
And she's obviously a really good player, which is why she's even brought up and talked about.
Yeah.
And she's also very unique.
Oh, yeah.
One of a kind, 101. So I'm kind of just curious about that part of it. The NIL thing in general is just, there was a report that one guy in college football is like, if you think this is going to slow down,
no,
you're insane.
Or that clearinghouse is going to,
no,
the clearinghouse can't keep up.
No.
There's people that are suing them because they
submitted
stuff and they haven't heard back and they can't go forward. It's not even that they denied stuff. It's like, no, we need an answer. You're not giving us an answer.
Will Audie Crooks make more next year for whatever program she plays for than any player on Oregon State's football team? Who I would guess Malik Murphy's the highest paid player.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of people saying he got paid $1 million. So
I'm going to say no.
You don't think so?
What, that Malik Murphy's getting paid $1 million?
No,
or
that Audie Crooks is going to make more. I think she's going to. I don't know if it's necessarily through the NIL of the school,
right?
But it's the NIL of multiple companies jumping in and saying, we want Audie Crooks to be the face of our franchise. We want you to be a spokesperson. I'd bet yes.
I have to see where she's headed.
I mean, you're not diving into this unless you're going to a pretty legitimate program.
I wouldn't think so. Hopefully I'm sure she has some form of handler representation, something that says, hey, yeah, you can go, you can pick.
We're all on pins and needles waiting. And if she became a lady duck, you want to talk about getting dirt to a basketball game in Eugene?
You guys would totally go down.
Why do you lump me into that? I am way too lazy to want to go down to Eugene.
Yeah, but you are a fan of the women's basketball. I can see you taking your girls down on a weekend.
I could
a weekend
see me
game.
doing that if they go to Portland. They play a game in Portland, I'll go. I don't know if I'm driving to Eugene for basketball.
On a weekend?
That's your whole day.
I know.
That's not let's just drive, go to the game,
It's half
go
a day because the game's only 2 hours. It's not a football game.
It's a 2-hour drive down. It's a 2-hour drive back.
That's half a day.
It's a 2-hour game.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to go down and come right back. I'm going to spend a little time. I'm going to hit a restaurant up, check it out a little bit. Not the biggest Eugene guy, but yeah, I'll check it out if I'm down there. We'll see where she lands. Breaking show news, Audie Crooks is transferring. Look, we always say it, don't we? When dirt is gone,
yeah, stuff happens.
Something big breaks.
That's right up his wheelhouse.
Now, something actually happened while I was gone. Scott Barnes left. I didn't even talk about that.
I know. Well, he's going to leave. Well, he's going to step aside.
He's going to step
aside. He's not leaving.
But he's
stepping
not leaving.
aside.
Yeah, he's still going to get paid that do-re-mi. I love that we're calling it a retirement. It's like in there, and he's still going to be advised.
He'll be there for a year.
Right.
Yeah.
Massive news. Audie Crooks, jokes on dirt, strikes again.
There you go.
Loaded third hour of the program. We're going to talk with Brian Bush, Michigan play-by-play man. He is going to hop on. We'll kick off the third hour of the radio program. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers back home tonight for a brief stop. They welcome the New Orleans Pelicans in for a 7 o'clock tip on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland 6.5-point favorites. They start the game a half game behind the Clippers. LA hosting the Spurs, who hammered the Warriors Wednesday night in Golden State. The NBA has fined the Blazers $100,000 and suspended assistant GMs Sergey Oliva and Mike Schmitz 2 weeks apiece for violating league rules in the scouting of young Hansen. Final tune-up before the Masters on the PGA Tour is the Valero Texas Open. After an hour-and-a-half weather delay this morning, S.H. Kim has grabbed the early lead 2 under. A host of golfers at 1 under, including Will Zalatoris and Christian Bezadenhout. College baseball over on 910 this afternoon. The 15th-ranked Oregon Ducks are on the road at Michigan. Noon first pitch today. Our pregame coverage will begin at 11:45. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of primetime. In this wide world of sports, some stories can slip through the cracks.
Now, before we do this, let's go over the ground rules.
The Daily Ticker, where Dirt and Sprague hit the big stories you've heard about, and some you haven't.
How'd you do that? Actually, I'm not even mad. It's amazing.
The Daily Ticker with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
All right, welcome back in. The third hour of the radio program kicks off with the Daily Ticker today, and the Daily Ticker today continues on with a preview of the Final Four this weekend. We've got UConn, Illinois. We've talked both sides of that. Let's start the other side of that. Michigan, the Maize and Blue, getting ready with Dusty May, and they get ready to take on Arizona and Tommy Lloyd. The interesting thing about this, as I brought up yesterday, is both coaches being kind of named and thrown into this UNC coaching search. Tommy Lloyd's name seems to be more substantial than May, but Michigan and May have had quite the season for themselves, and so we're excited to bring on the voice of Michigan basketball. Brian Bush joins us now. Brian, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Dude, thanks for hopping on. We really appreciate the time. I do want to say I picked Michigan to win the national championship. I really love Dusty May. I love watching them play. I think aesthetically they're the most pleasing one for me as a basketball fan. That being said, I couldn't watch the Elite Eight. I mean, they made it so unwatchable doing to Tennessee what they did in Rick Barnes. They blew them out. It was their 17th win by at least 20 points. It's their third in their 4 NCAA tournament games of winning by 20 points. They're an absolute wagon right now, so while I do enjoy it, they made the Elite Eight unwatchable because of how much better they were than Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, it's been something that they've done this season, and I think it does help that they're doing this in the fashion where they're winning big, but they're scoring a lot. They're keeping it up tempo, a lot of highlight reel plays. But this is a special group, and they're going to go up against a team that is either 1A to Michigan's 1B or 1B to Michigan's 1A. These are the two best teams in the country coming up on Saturday night.
So would you agree with the opinion that's kind of been out there for a couple days now that this is the pseudo-national championship in your mind because of how good both these teams are?
No, I think there's two things there. The number one team in the country can be beaten, and both Illinois and UConn are really good. The winner of Saturday's game will deserve to be the favorite on Monday night, but we all know how this goes, where you get two good teams, strange things can happen. I think back to the year where Wisconsin beat undefeated Kentucky, and you were just thinking, well, if Wisconsin beat Kentucky, how will they not beat Duke? And then Duke went and won the national championship. So, Illinois' got one of the best offenses this century. UConn has some sort of magic spell over this tournament over the last 3-4 years with their incredible run and what they did against Duke. So no, these are the top two teams in the country, but that does not guarantee anything on Monday night because UConn and Illinois, as Dusty May has said, the opponent has a say, and either the Illini or the Huskies would have a say on Monday night.
I mean, Dusty May comes in, Juwan Howard doesn't quite work out for them. They move on from it, which probably wasn't easy, right, given the background and the history of Juwan Howard. How has Dusty May done this quickly, to take that program from where it was at the end of Juwan Howard to what it is now?
Yeah, it's remarkable. Juwan did a good job for the first couple of years, but the role he accepted in 2019 versus the role he was let go of in 2024, those were two completely different things. In 2019, that was pre-pandemic. That was pre-NIL and rev share. And Juwan was a really good X's and O's coach. He just didn't quite have that CEO mentality, that fundraising mentality. Dusty possesses that to the nth degree. He is ready, willing, and able to do whatever it takes for the program to win. And he knows that in an era of college sports where you are not guaranteed to have these players for 4 years, you're not guaranteed to have these players for more than one season when they get to campus. He has to be the poster board for this program, the central figure, and that's in media interviews, that's within the program, and that's with donors, NIL supporters, all of that. So his ability to delegate to his tremendous assistant coaching staff, his ability to grasp the non-basketball side, he was able to coach ball more frequently at Florida Atlantic, certainly before their Final Four run, versus now he is kind of the CEO of a big-time company that happens to play basketball. And his understanding and malleability to fill in those gaps where he can and trust those around him when he has to do one of those things that aren't, the traditional line of coaching, it's incredibly impressive.
I know Ward Manuel came out and basically was like, dude, we want this guy forever, and I'm sure they're going to get to some contract stuff. But, man, talk about a distraction. I brought up yesterday, like, there could be Heartbreak City from one of these two teams after this game, both ways of losing. And then, like, these coaches are being mentioned in this UNC stuff of just having to get ready for a Final Four and thinking, man, Arizona is back. Michigan is as good as they've been in forever. Like, to have to deal with that kind of distraction on the side can't be easy for either of these coaches.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is unfortunate that that's a part of it. Dusty hasn't been explicitly asked in any sort of formal press conference standpoint. And obviously, I'm not going to pretend to know anything that's happening, back channel, anything along those lines. But, this group feels laser focused. This team feels like it knows that it has the chance to go and do something that only the 1989 team has ever done in Michigan basketball history. So, there's that cloud hanging over it, certainly. But, I mean, shoot, there's a lot of storylines, a lot of aspects to this that are not necessarily basketball. This is a spectacle. This is an event. And, I think, again, when you focus on what this team talks about with April habits, everything leads up to what are you doing to put yourself in position to win a game in April. And then if you win one, you earn a chance to play one more. I don't know what's happening beyond that, but I think this group is locked in. And I'm glad to see that at least with Dusty, there aren't as many of the constant headlines. It's certainly much more of a storyline with Tommy Lloyd in Arizona. And I think that's unfortunate too. You never want injuries, and you don't want things that take away from the game. As a Michigan fan, I wanted the 16 seed to come out I wanted LIU to go out and be the team in the Final Four. But from a college basketball standpoint, when you saw the bracket, man, did I want to see Michigan, Arizona. I wanted to see them both at full strength, at least as close to full strength as possible, and just see who's the better team. And anything else that gets away from that is obviously disappointing.
I mean, we're talking with Brian Bush, the voice of Michigan basketball. They get ready for the Final Four against Arizona. Do you agree that the Cinderella's dead? That, like, yeah, maybe they win an opening game, but, like, and it's only a 2-year sample size we're on here. I'm like you. I kind of tend to lean towards give me the best teams in the Final Four. Like, I'm jacked about this weekend's games to see what Illinois, UConn, and Michigan, Arizona is going to be. But it to me, it's more about, like, the mid-major definition is no longer like McNeese State going on a Final Four run or an Elite Eight run. To me, the mid-major new definition is if you finish in the mid part of your major conference, you can make a run, because look at Texas, right? Texas was a play-in team, and they had a little bit of a nice run there in the tournament. Do you think the true Cinderella is dead?
Not necessarily. I think what mid-majors need to try to course correct is how they determine the team that gets into the NCAA tournament. And I'm not saying you take the regular season champion, because I understand the monetary side of having a tournament and the excitement and the national TV spotlight and all of that. But Miami of Ohio went undefeated, and they had the exact same type of path as the team they lost to, the 8 seed UMass. Navy won their league by 6 games. They didn't even get to the championship. To me, I know it got a lot of flack because there was a 6-way tiebreaker for second place. So that was an anomaly. But the Sun Belt, with their staggered, basically step-ladder format, the regular season should matter. These mid-majors should be trying to position themselves to get as good of a team from their league into the tournament. How do you know your team is good? They perform well in the regular season. So the West Coast Conference has done this for a long time, where basically Gonzaga and St. Mary's would almost always finish 1-2 in the in their conference. So they got into the semifinals of their conference tournament. Make it easier. Doesn't mean that you can't have a team get hot and rattle off 4 or 5 games, but if you don't perform in the regular season, you need to do more in the postseason to put yourself in position. This year was, I think, more than ever, a year where some of those really good mid-majors did not perform in their conference tournaments, and that bumped everybody up a seed line. So a typical 13 this year might have been a 14 last year. So, and there were still a couple more upsets than there were 2 seasons ago. Now, do I expect an 11, 12 seed to make the Final Four? No, not necessarily. But, if High Point makes a couple more plays against Arkansas, we might be talking a little bit differently. So I don't think it's dead. I certainly don't think there's going to be as prevalent of these 15-over-2s and these, deep runs into the sweet, like a St. Peter's a few years back as a 15 seed. But, in areas where you can leverage a better chance to win, mid-majors need to capitalize on that. And I hope that this year is a catalyst for it, because that would just give us better games. It would make a 4-13 game have a little bit more juice to it than if it's a team that maybe wasn't quite a 13, maybe a 14 or a high 15.
Kind of a scary situation for the team. They get ready to leave for the Final Four to Indianapolis, and their assist leader, Elliot Cadeau, ends up suffering, I think it was labeled an allergic reaction, but it kind of also sounded like food poisoning. I mean, it's a combination. I read that he was going to end up being okay and travel separate from the team. Is there any update on him and just kind of having to go through all that getting ready for the weekend?
Yeah, the exact specifics of what happened, I haven't been privy to, but everything that I've gathered since last night into this morning is that he will be okay. I think the expectation is that he'll be set to go for practice. I don't know that for certain. We'll find out definitely later on today. They've got the big media car wash coming up here later this afternoon. But I think a bullet dodge there from everything I've heard. But obviously the next 24 hours will be important.
What is the matchup with Arizona that, when you look at Michigan, as good as they've been this year, as unbeatable as they can feel at times with how they blow teams out? What's the matchup with Arizona that might leave Michigan or you or anybody else connected to it the most concerned or worried or wondering if they'll be able to shore it up?
Well, to put it simply, Arizona is elite. They are excellent, and they do a lot of the same things that Michigan does. They thrive in the paint. They get good shots. They have incredible size and skill. There have been a few teams that have been able to replicate the size of Michigan's front court, and there have been a few teams that have been able to replicate the skill of Michigan's front court. Arizona might be the only team in the country that can marry those two together and have a real shot to win that battle if Michigan is playing well. If Michigan does not play well, Arizona is going to run away with this, and vice versa. These two teams are elite. What I've said is all year, I think that Michigan is unbeatable with an A-plus game. And I don't think there are many, if any, teams that can beat Michigan if Michigan plays an A game. Arizona is on that very short list where if Michigan has a solid to good game, but not a great game, Arizona can pull that off. Their front line is elite. Mo Krivas is one of the few guys who can match up with a Di Mara one-on-one, a 7'3" Mara versus a 7'2" Krivas. The guard play from Arizona is obviously really good, and they know how their bread is buttered. It's on the inside. I think it's not really matchup necessarily. It's just strength on strength. These are two of the best teams at offensively and defensively thriving inside the paint within 5-10 feet of the basket. The potential pivot point is Michigan shot a lot better from three in the NCAA tournament. They're north of 43% from deep in these 4 games. Arizona, they take the 3rd fewest threes in the country by rate of shot. So they're not going to shoot a ton. If Michigan can keep that the case, Arizona has some three-point shooters. They can do it. They just don't do it a lot because of how much success they have on the inside. Michigan will likely shoot more threes. Can that be the pivot point? There'll be the storyline of the football stadium and the sight lines, all of that. There's a lot of interesting aspects, but if I had to describe this succinctly, it's strength on strength from 5 feet into the basket.
I'm going to ask you to pick between your children here. I know it's not going to be easy for you, but I'm going to need you to play this game. Our beloved Blazers are in a play-in battle. They may not make the playoffs, and if that happens, they'll be picking at the back end of the lottery. And there's mocks out there, and both Yaxel Lindbergh and Morez Johnson Jr. are kind of in their spot of picking. I'm curious, when you look at either one of them, I know Yaxel's the slightly bigger name for people. When you look from an NBA perspective, how do you pick between those two?
Boy, I mean, it's definitely tough. I think Yax probably has the higher ceiling, and Morez probably has the higher floor. Yax is somebody who is, even though he's a sixth-year college player, he is so young as a basketball person. He did not really start playing until his mom pushed him to give it a shot, kind of forced him to do it late in his high school career. Yax was a video gamer. He didn't pay attention in class. He really, he almost stumbled away from what could have been, oh, look what he's done now. Like, this almost didn't happen. Whereas Morez has been in it for a long time. Morez is one of those guys where you could tell him, sorry, you are unable to shoot until the first shot of your offensive set has been taken, and then you can score, and he would still be able to be a double-double threat. Like, he is such a unique force. I think he takes Michigan from a slightly above average toughness team to a really tough group because of him alone. In a draft, especially in the NBA, I probably lean towards shooting for upside. So Yax would probably have more of that. But I think this entire front line is really intriguing come the NBA level. And obviously Yax will have to go. He's out of eligibility. Anytime you have guys like Morez and Adai Mara who have a chance to get picked in the first round, I always just assume they're going to leave, and will be pleasantly surprised if they decide to come back. But yeah, if you take a Michigan Wolverine in this first round, you're getting a really, really good player, no matter who it is.
I will be honest with you. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. I'm excited about either prospect. I got this Yax Kyler Murray video game addiction problem now in my head that I'm worried about rears its ugly head on the road for the Trailblazers. He's got downtime playing Call of Duty too much.
Well, the one thing I'll say is, in football it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
In the NBA, there aren't as many lengthy game plans. You're not prepping games for a week. So
that's true.
The quarterback aspect would worry me a little bit more than a dynamic athletic wing in basketball.
You are 100% right on that. I'll get you out of here on this, Matt, because I do appreciate the time, and it's been a great preview. Oregon State hired their assistant coach. Justin Joyner's going to be their head coach. He's going to wait for this to play out. I know everybody out here is probably hoping he wins a national championship to come back and build a program showing kids the ring as he tries to recruit. What can we know? What can we learn about Justin Joyner? We had a press conference, but he's been very in and out of trying to build a program and then flying back to be with the team. He gets ready for the Final Four with Dusty May. What can we learn about Justin Joyner?
Yeah, I can't say enough good things about Justin, what he has done, especially in these last few weeks where I got a lot of respect for a guy who wants to set a foundation at his new program, but still make sure he's around the team, that he tried to coach it to his best of his ability with 100% of his attention for so long. So Dusty May, took him off of any scouts after the Big Ten tournament to allow him to be able to go all in with Oregon State, say early in the week, and then show up with the team and lock in on the Michigan side of things. But he is a defensive wizard. His ability to communicate, to do it short, sweet, succinct is impressive. He's somebody that Dusty did not know really much about at all, other than just knowing the St. Mary's program and hearing through the grapevine about this young up-and-coming assistant. So it was one of those, a few of Dusty's assistants have been, guys he's been, confidants with for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years on staff. Justin was a little off the beaten path, but he came in, offered something different. But he is a defensive wizard who I think has learned a great deal more about the offensive side and the tempo-based offense that Michigan wants to play. I think he is an elite recruiter, communicator, great family man who obviously had to go through a ton of long distance with his wife, the head coach at Oregon women's soccer. But yeah, I think Oregon State knocked it out of the park with him. You never quite know when it comes to a first year or first time head coach, but Justin has all the skill sets, all the mentality, all the basketball knowledge that you would expect and look for a potential budding star. So I'm thrilled for him and thrilled for Oregon State.
We expect him to steal any other staff members and make Dusty May a little frustrated. He's got to replace multiple people.
Yeah, I'm just trying to leverage it for a raise on my end, so we'll see if that works out. No, I'm not sure of, and certainly, because they're locked into something that could be a forever championship, something special. I do think that stayed away. I'm sure there's been some conversations, but again, like he came from a different background than most of the other staff members on this Dusty May led group. So it's tough to tell, but I do think that, maybe it's an opportunity for some of the very, very young individuals on the staff, whether it's a manager moving into a grad assistant role or a grad assistant moving into a DOBO low-level assistant role. Michigan's got a group that, Dusty has the same types of conversations with a senior manager as he does with, Justin or Mike Boynton Jr., who's been a head coach at a power conference. So, yeah, I think whoever he picks out will definitely do a nice job from here. But I don't expect a mass exodus by any stretch of the imagination. I think Justin will build a staff that probably has a little more, West Coast ties, but that's just me kind of prognosticating.
Trust tree here. We'll let you go on this one. You have practiced your Final Four call if they win.
A little bit, not a ton. I'm somebody who I try not to do any sort of, set ways until I've experienced it. I've never been to a Final Four in my life. I don't know how it'll feel. But I'm somebody who I didn't write out my wedding vows until the morning of my wedding because I wanted to know how I felt. So I'm hoping I get that crack. I did have some time against Tennessee to script what I was going to say, or at least brainstorm what I was going to say because it was such a blowout. So that was helpful. But I am a big believer that, hey, trust your training, trust what you've done to get there, trust that you will say the right thing at the right moment. So I've got some guardrails, but what I'm hoping for is, if we have some sort of finish like what we saw in DC with UConn and Duke, maybe I can bring something that I would have never thought of being able to say. So definitely excited. My goal is to soak it all in today and tomorrow, and then treat it like a regular basketball game on Saturday. But it'll be tough because this is going to be pretty awesome.
My producer is a play-by-play for the University of Portland. He was calling the women's game against Gonzaga a couple years ago, and he had this. So a foul happens, but he didn't see it, so he had this consecutively.
It's over!
And then they called a foul, and he goes,
"We think."
And then he had to tell everybody,
"Here's the situation."
So he had his final call, but then he didn't have the final call, and then they had a foul, and then it ended up being they won. But it was just funny how he was ready. Here's the call, and no, actually, we got to wait. Here's the situation.
Oh, hey, you know what? I can feel the ebb and flow there with the emotion. Yeah, I do hope that if there is something like that, we know it's a buzzer beater. I know it's this new baseball stuff, the ABS. There was just a walk-off ABS challenge.
I was going to get to that today.
Yeah, I don't want to do that, but hey, those are first world problems. I'm just hoping for a couple of Michigan wins, and then if I'm able to rise to the occasion, great.
Well, dude, thank you for hopping on. We did an Illinois preview yesterday, and let me just tell you, you've been a breath of fresh air for this program because I don't know if that person was awake, and they're on a different time zone than we are. So we appreciate the time. We always want more Bush on this show. Brian Bush, Michigan basketball play-by-play. Thank you. Enjoy the Final Four. Good luck to the Michigan Wolverines, and maybe you'll be in a national championship game.
All right, fellas. Appreciate the time.
All right, there we go. Good stuff. Brian Bush, Michigan basketball play-by-play. Went super long with him, but he was delightful to talk to, and I think he gave us some pretty good information on their players. We might be involved in drafting one of those guys.
There you go.
Justin Joyner's the new head coach. Kind of a natural tie-in. Good stuff from Brian Bush. We roll on the third hour. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan. Sorry, I got my paperwork. I got all this paperwork.
Yeah, we got things.
Yeah, we got things.
We got announcements.
Yeah. I think...
you missing one?
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
okay,
there it is.
Sorry. There's a million papers on here.
I know.
Isaac's been doing this a long time. The Rapper has a method here, and these papers got to be in this stack right in this spot.
Do we need like a little file folder rack for each show, for each host?
I wonder if he would actually like that or if he would hate it.
Or if he wouldn't care.
Because I just don't leave them flying around.
Yeah, because each show has their own things, too.
But he, stacks them a certain way. And so here we go. Want to give you guys a heads up. Text Dylan.
Yes.
Dylan. According to MTV, Dylan, and Dylan are top 5 rappers. Dylan is a great singer. Text Dylan to 503-864-6326 now to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Bob Dylan on June 4th at McMiniman's Edgefield Amphitheater. Head to 1051thefan.com for complete details. Did you see, so Bill Self's going to come back to college basketball.
Yeah, so I talked with his family, talked with whoever, I'm assuming talked with his doctors.
24th season is like...
He's been there a while.
I know,
you forget.
And I know, but I did forget, and it kind of blew my mind to see that.
Because for a head coach that's been around as long as he doesn't look... If you look at like when coaches started, like when Rick Pitino started at Providence versus what Pitino is now, or what Izzo started and what Izzo looks like now, he actually has aged pretty well for a longtime college head coach.
Well, especially for a guy that's had multiple heart issues during games because he is so insanely red ass about everything. So I saw that news. I had to remind myself it was 24 because I watched the Chalmers game.
Mm-hmm.
I was in college. It was a long time ago. What?
Those things just hurt.
What? The Chalmers shot?
You saying you were
Memphis
in college.
money line, didn't you?
No, you saying you're in college.
I was.
I know, you're not lying.
I watched it in an apartment of buddies, and we watched it together and could not believe that had happened. I'm sorry that you're older than me.
I know.
What do you want me to do about it?
No, that one's not actually a shot. That one just it's the ones that aren't jokes that actually hurt.
The ones that are jokes are obvious.
Exactly.
The ones that aren't hurt. Yeah, I totally get that. So Bill Self is going to return. Tom Izzo randomly coming out and saying, I could have left multiple times, including the Suns' job last year.
Yeah, I didn't realize Ishbia was a walk-on for him.
You didn't know that story?
No.
Oh, I thought I thought you knew that because they did a big expose of who Matt Ishbia was and I was just a little old walk-on at Michigan State for Tom Izzo, and they showed him playing.
Yeah, that one didn't stick and resonate with me.
Yeah, so Ishbia, I guess, reached out and wanted to offer.
I wouldn't blame him.
Could you imagine Izzo and Kevin Durant? Is that a good relationship? Or
I think it actually would have been really good.
You don't think it would have gotten frosty? Because Izzo's talking about red asses.
Yeah.
Izzo gets frustrated quick, but you can't
But
be
I
like
also
that in
think
that league.
Izzo communicates what the team is trying to accomplish. Like, this is what we're trying to do. And obviously, Durant's going to be at the forefront of what they're trying to do. And I think Izzo would say, listen, I'm going to, kind of the old school coaches, the same thing Pop did with like Duncan and I'm going to ride your butt because if those guys see it.
A young Kevin Durant, I think I agree with you. This stage of his career, Kevin Durant, not holding back, not caring, I just don't know if he would be willing to get into that, And that's kind of the unfortunate
Durant's an
nature.
enigma at this point.
I love Kevin Durant.
I'm not the biggest Durant fan.
I find him annoying sometimes.
He's a bucket, don't get me wrong.
He's an all-time bucket.
But 82 games and constantly there's a lot of stuff, extra stuff that I feel like I'm dealing with that I shouldn't have to deal with.
He's basketball Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
They're different for different reasons, but they're kind of the same situation. Like, we're talking about all-time great talent with a lot of baggage that comes with that, and that wears on teams.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly. All right, we have a lot more to get into. We'll do the Magic Hat at 9 a.m.
Yes.
We're supposed to have Joe Freeman today. He has a scheduling conflict.
It's a busy day for
Very
Blazer
busy
people.
Day. Yes, we got the Tom D.
You got that.
Yeah. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, you got a big game. The Blazers it's not out of the realm of possibilities there in the 8th spot because the Clips are taking on the Spurs tonight.
Any chance
Spurs,
we have our letdown game tonight?
Certainly a possibility.
The Pellies are playing a little better.
Because this
not
is
good, but
yeah. Well, our good friend Ken Bart. This is the trap.
Oh.
Well, you've got Nuggets and Spurs on the road right after this. And so you're coming home. It's a one-game homestand, which is kind of like a road game. There's a lot of pomp and circumstance going on with the new owner and press conferences and all of that. Is this team going to be focused? You got the big win over the Clips. You played your asses off in that game.
What's the play?
Is this the trap?
Is this a trap?
It's so good.
You're 6.5-point favorites?
Dude, they can't lose this game.
The Pellies
They can't lose this game.
haven't
Don't do this.
mailed it in the way other teams have.
No.
Now, they shouldn't. And Tiago got him fired up for that Clippers game. They're focused. Can he do the same thing tonight?
Can you imagine yesterday getting fined $100K and having 2-week suspensions for front office execs, and the next day you lose to the Pelicans in a play-in battle?
Yeah.
Not a good – well,
I'm saying.
According to Mike Richmond, we're done defeated.
We are.
And we may continue to be done defeated.
So maybe there'll be another, little pregame fire-up from Dundon and seem to work.
A couple baseball notes I want to get to. I want to talk a little bit about Wemby. We got the Magic hat around the corner, and we will talk about the Dundon press conference and our thoughts going into everything. All of that is ahead, but first, Swag with a sports update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, indeed, Blazers got to watch out for the trap. They're home. It's simply a one-game homestand against the New Orleans Pelicans, long ago eliminated from playoff consideration. Portland just a half game behind the Clippers in the race for the 8th spot, hosting a play-in game. The Clips will be hosting the Spurs tonight. San Antonio hammered the Warriors on Wednesday. 7 o'clock tip, KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016, Portland 6.5-point favorites. Prior to tonight's game, new owner of the Blazers, Tom Dundon, holding his first press conference along with GM Joe Cronin, team president Dwayne Hankins. We'll have complete coverage this afternoon with Isaac and Zook on primetime starting at 3 o'clock. Final tune-up before the Masters on the PGA Tour this week is the Valero Texas Open. TPC San Antonio. Right now you got 6 players all tied at 2 under, including Max Homa, Bud Cauley, Siwoo Kim, amongst others. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with
Cats around the corner. We had our first walk-off ABS game yesterday with the O's and the Rangers.
Yes.
What a... It's great to win the game when you deserve to win the game, but what a ending to a game you could possibly have. Tap the helmet challenge. Actually, that's a strike. That's the game.
Look, it's game 6 out of 162, so...
Are we doing the ABS in the playoffs? It's for the full...
Yeah.
So imagine a scenario where you're sitting...
Yeah, game 7.
Game 7.
Yeah.
2-2 count.
That's a thing.
Runner on third, down a run.
There's some fingers.
Ball 3. Actually, no. Tap the helmet. Here we go. Drama. Quarter inch on the
You got one team that's
corner.
all up on the top step of the dugout. If you get the call, it's over. Otherwise, we play on.
I mean, that is such a dud ending, but also like you want the right team to win for the right reasons.
Yeah.
I'm cool with the regular season. I'm almost...
There will be.
I'd be afraid for a World Series stand like that. That'd be
something.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Because it's good for the team that wins it. But, God, what a weird way to end the championship.
That's the cost of getting it right.
Yeah.
If the goal is to absolutely get it right,
you're not wrong.
You don't have an Eric Gregg situation for when the Marlins won their, I can't remember, that first or second World Series. Go see how far outside that curveball was.
I mean, that was an ump that was ready to be done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, see you later. We're over. I'm over this. The Yankees took the series from the M's yesterday.
Yeah, Mariners need to get the offense cranked up.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
Now,
it's a weekend.
It's a weekend.
It's the first week, so
no
you don't have anything else
baseball
to go on.
Yeah.
If this happened.
Are the Rangers good? This is my thing about baseball is I learn who's good and who's not good as the season goes on. I have no clue going into a season outside of like 4 teams. Like the Mariners had expectations this year.
What the Rangers were just in Baltimore. Well, you mean the Angels? They're going to the Angels first. Mariners are...
No, the Rangers are ahead of the Mariners in the standings.
Yeah.
I'm just asking, like, who's good in that division? Is it just Houston, or are the Rangers legitimate again?
I think it's a bit of a free-for-all.
Okay. All right. I like learning about baseball as the season is kind of slowly getting going here. But, yeah, I saw the M's end up losing. I can't watch the M's. They're blacked out. I went to the MLB app, and it showed it. And I clicked it, and all of a sudden, Toronto and that other team that Toronto played yesterday.
Gotcha.
I'm like, I'm not. It was a bad team too. It was Toronto and.
They're playing the Rockies.
The Rockies. I saw the Rocky logo, and I was like, nope, nope. Not getting me watching the Rockies. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. So a little bit of a slow start for the old M's, but it's 3-4, and it's super early in the season.
Their pitching's been good enough.
Their offense isn't showing up.
The middle of the lineup needs to.
Dude, Naylor's hitting
relax.
a buck 037,
and that was better than the other day because he was 091 there.
I don't think he registered a hit yesterday. No, a buck 037 is his batting average. That's like one hit for the whole year so far.
Yeah.
So not so good news. I saw the Pirates are calling up their number 1 prospect already.
Yeah, he'll be there for the home opener.
Connor Griffin?
Yes.
That's pretty exciting that they're willing to dive in so quickly.
Okay, it's a weekend. I don't know if that's how strategic that is or if they just wanted him to kind of get into the season and then we're going to have you for the home opener. Maybe that was planned. That's fine.
I really hate the Pirates ownership, and I don't think they deserve to have any fans. Because of the ownership, not because,
Yeah.
What I would say, though, is I saw a clip from Jim Bowden, former front office guy. He does media stuff now, and he's like, he did a whole podcast about why the Pirates should have traded Skeens to the Yankees already. And you're going to get me to root for him to not leave because I just don't want to see it happen. And I hate to say this, but it feels like an inevitability, but because Skeens just got his first win because it wasn't such a great start to the season for him.
Well, yeah, he had the didn't get out of the first against the
Not
Mets.
great, but he responded, and he's like,
he looked like his old self there.
But I really just don't want this to happen, and I hope that this Griffin cap pops because at least having a somewhat interesting team.
You got O'Neal Cruz, you got Connor Griffin.
It might keep him wanting to stay in Pittsburgh, and plus he has no personality. Like his girlfriend is the personality.
He's
in that
all ball.
relationship. He's all ball. He's a pretty serious dude. His parents are teachers. Like
she's
low key.
She's not, Her personality, I mean, she has a little bit of personality, but I've seen a few.
She's more out there than he is, though.
Well, yeah, but I think some of it is contrived.
Did you see?
I don't think it's natural for her either.
Did you see her? She gets into the batter's box as he practices pitching. Have you seen that video?
Yeah.
Talk about being terrified. I know he's accurate, but
a lot of trust there.
A lot of trust going in there. You got to help old boyfriend be good. This is kind of why I think Pittsburgh's great for him. If Pittsburgh get their own way and ever pay him,
I would.
It's a perfect market for a Paul Skeens.
They come up with something. You know, maybe they can't go a super long 10-year deal, but can they do something for 3 or 4 that is gonna have? Or are they gonna have to go fight at arbitration and it gets contentious and ugly?
I think we just need to ultimately be rooting for Connor Griffin to make an impact and make an impact quick, and then
if they can catch lightning, them getting to a wild card this year would be.
They're 3-3. They're not the worst team, so
no, you've got a couple of pieces, so yeah, we'll see.
A walk-off ABS playoff or World Series game it's going to be hilarious, and we're going to have this conversation again if this happens.
The ABS system is you're not. It's not like an NBA game. Like if there's a buzzer beater from like 3/4 court and they have to go on the time. Did he get it off in time? Those NBA reviews take way too damn long. At least the ABS, it's like 10, 15 seconds. You're gonna know.
I know. It's just the buildup versus the instant excitement and reaction of it. Of like, and then you win.
Yeah, he rings him up. The team comes spilling out of the dugout, and then the dude taps his head.
The home fans do love waiting to look at the Jumbotron.
The home fans, yeah.
To see is it a strike, is it not a strike thing. So I have no problem with it. It just will be funny if it happens in a playoff game or World Series game. A lot more to get into. We'll get to the Magic Hack coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk about Tom Dundon's press conference, his Des Bois press conference, with the collective local media coming up today at 3 p.m. Coming up next, is there any stopping this man? We'll talk about that next on 105.1 The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Loose ball, Jaquez saves it, tipped by Shireman. Being chased by Smith behind the back, and then a behind the back jam.
Dave Pasch, ESPN on the call. The Boston Celtics winning yesterday in Miami. Jaylen Brown with 43 points. Tatum had a triple-double. That's Jaylen Brown's 7th 40-point game this season. It's tied for the 5th most in a season in franchise history. He does not have more than 3 40-point games in any other season of his career. And I said this earlier on the old text line or tweet line. He should be in consideration more seriously for the MVP. What he has done this year is remarkable. Jaylen Brown and the Celtics, Layin' Wood. Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. You can visit them at Southeast Stark Street. They got exceptional customer service. Or you can go online at mrplywoodinc.com. All right, we got the Magic Hat is around the corner. I got to get my magic in that hat. I don't have much time here, so I have to do that in the next break. Got some audio clips for the Magic Hat today. By the way, side note, revisiting quickly, open the show telling you about the Artemis 2 launch, and you just completely poo-pooed it.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I know. That's my bad.
You look like a nerd, and what's striking is how little nerd you actually are.
I was a nerd, but I didn't want to be a nerd.
You grew out of it.
Yeah. No, trust me. I have mathlete medals in my background.
There's a really cool video on social media of the Florida women's softball team playing a game, and the launch had happened, and the pitcher notices it, and the whole stadium just stops the play, turns around.
That's right. They're not far from Cape Canaveral?
Cape Canaveral, yeah. And then there's also a really good video of a guy that was in a regular commercial airline, and it's taking off, and he's like got a video out his window of it.
That would be a little freaky.
I would think I'm dying from a missile launch if I didn't know what was going on.
Hey, am I? Yeah. What? Wasn't this planned? Did you not know when the rocket was launching?
Our flight path's different, all right? We're not gonna collide. So there's just no stopping this guy. I think he should be the league MVP, but he won't because we're gonna bitch about minutes played. That seems to be an argument. What Victor Wembanyama continues to steamroll over the league. Yesterday, he became the first Spurs player since 97-98 to have 25 and 10 at the half.
Yeah.
He finished with
like
43
and 10 in like 12 minutes. It was
ridiculous.
Yeah,
maybe that's what it was. It was the fastest 25 and 10 of a Spurs
he
player
only
since
played
97
like 12 minutes.
Well, that's the thing.
Because they jumped out on a 17-3 run for the Warriors, and you're
the
like,
Warriors suck.
Oh, my God, am I going to even watch this game?
Steph will be back for the Rocket game, I think, on Saturday is what I read. And so they're going to ramp up. The Blazers, if they don't get that 8 seed, they're going to have to at least play Steph Curry, and that's terrifying. But Wemby finished with 43, 18, and 3. 3 blocks. Hey, this is running out of things to say at this point.
I know.
But his MVP case, so this is interesting. So listening to like some of the national podcast people, you know why he's getting taken down as can't win the MVP, even though I think in Vegas he's second favorite.
Yes.
Do you know why?
No.
It's his minute distributions. He's averaging less than 30 minutes a game, and there are real voters that are like, can't do it. We haven't had guys win MVP with that little of minutes.
Well, that's because they're destroying people. What are they, 26-2 in their last 28 games or something?
I mean, you said this during before the show. Like you're going to bet a futures on them to win the whole thing. I think they're third favorites in Vegas.
Yeah.
I thought they could go to the Western Conference Finals. I didn't think that was a really hot take, but it kind of was.
If the Thunder don't get Hartenstein back, they don't have Chet can't deal with. I mean, they don't have anything down there.
The Spurs handled them multiple times this year.
Yeah.
This is not like, you know, the whole thing though of the pass of the league and the young team
it'll be
thing.
matchups for them. If the Nuggets can get through, I think the Nuggets are
Nuggets
a difficult.
Defense is terrible, dude.
I understand that.
It's just not good.
But
we're just doing the Jokic thing. We're giving Jokic the LeBron
Well, I
treatment.
think he can get Wemby into foul trouble. That's what I think.
Can he stay out of foul trouble? Because he's also struggling with turnovers
I don't
and foul
think
trouble.
he guards him because I think if Denver gets that far,
put Aaron Gordon
they
on
will
Wemby.
have Aaron Gordon on him.
See how that goes.
So
that dude is unguardable.
No, I know.
It's just, man, an embarrassment of riches is what that team is.
And there are other dudes, other than Harrison Barnes, they're all still ascending to their primes.
Be curious to see if he
or maybe De'Aaron Fox
keeps ascending to be face. You don't get international guys that get that. Like Giannis is the closest one you're going to get.
Yeah.
He's very likable. He's got a great smile.
No, Wemby
he leans into the accent
Wemby
thing.
is much more focused, determined. Everything in his life is about not only being basketball, being the best basketball player. There's a Kobe,
and he'll tell you about that.
There's a Kobe kind of feel to him. He's different. He's got a different perspective on it, but his dedication to wanting to
win the MVP,
great, and win everything.
Like telling you, oh no, I should be the MVP.
Yeah.
That you just don't get players that do that very often. Like Luka just had a great month of March. He scored over 600 points. Are the Lakers legit? I have no clue. I don't think I'd pick them over the Spurs, Nuggets, or the Thunder, but my God, they keep winning and he's playing out of his mind. what Wemby's doing, and it's not to say that Luka isn't doing something great. Like, Luka Doncic is an MFing problem.
Yeah.
But to watch Wemby operate the way that he's operating with the talent around it, I'll be curious, man. I don't know who else it would be, because if it's not him, post-Steph, LeBron, KD, it's probably Ant Edwards.
Yeah, and
I don't know if Cooper Flagg is ready to do this.
No, Dallas is going to take a little bit. I think
unless Wemby gets hurt, Cooper Flagg will never be better than Wemby.
No.
And that's
so if Ant Edwards does it, he goes somewhere else. It won't happen in Minnesota.
I don't know about that. Why? He's been to back-to-back conference finals.
I understand that, and they're maxed out, and
Are they maxed out? They just make a couple trades this summer. Maybe they're right back in the thick of it.
We'll see.
Maybe they're going to be a sneaky, feisty, stubborn out, man.
I think, you look at how much roster turnover they're just going to have due to age here in the next couple of years.
Well, they obviously want to get out of the Julius Randle.
Right.
The Gobert
Conley's
thing.
going away.
Conley's doesn't play.
No, I know.
They brought him back for just
But he's a rotation guy. Like guys in the top 8 or 9. There's 3 or 4 of them that.
I don't know if Conley is a rotation guy. I don't think he's playing much. He got like 2. Let me check his box scores. I think they literally brought him back for the leadership locker room stuff. Because remember, they brought in the cat from Chicago, the point guard. God, I'm blanking on his name. But they brought him in, so he's getting high-level minutes for them. We'll see, though, man. 43, 18, and 3, and just tells you that he wants to win it all and be great. It's remarkable. It continues to be.
And it's jaw-dropping stuff, not like super spectacular like LeBron and Michael Jordan, this unbelievable athleticism. It is.
I disagree with you 100%.
Well,
it's different athleticism.
It's different
he's
because
7'5".
He's 7'5", and the
like
things that he's able to do at being 7'5", they're normal stuff. He's just making basketball plays. We've just never seen anybody
he's an alien.
At his size be able to just do that without.
He's an alien.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's alien. We've never seen this before.
He can take like 2 dribbles and get from half court and dunk it.
Let's get to the Magic Hat. We'll get to that coming up next. Loaded final hour. We'll also talk about the Dundon press conference that's going to happen. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, 5 games to go in the regular season for the Blazers. They are home tonight hosting the New Orleans Pelicans, beginning play just a half game behind the Clippers in the race for the 8th spot in the West. 7 o'clock tip. You can see it on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016 if you don't have a ticket. The Clips are hosting the Spurs, who hammered the Warriors Wednesday night. Portland, a 6.5-point favorite. The NBA has fined the Blazers $100,000. They have suspended assistant GMs Sergey Oliva and Mike Schmidt 2 weeks for violation of league rules in their scouting of one Young Hansen. Prior to tonight's game, new owner of the Blazers, Tom Dundon, holding his first press conference here in Portland, along with GM Joe Cronin, team president Dwayne Hankins. We'll have complete coverage this afternoon with Isaac and Suk on primetime. The Valero Texas Open is the final tune-up on the PGA Tour before the Masters. Austin Smotherman has grabbed the early first-round lead, 4 under through 7. Will Zalatoris, Tony Finau, they're at 3 under par. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the firm.
Bring it on. Basically a bunch of topics, and we have no idea where the sports gods want us to go until Swag pulls it out of his magic hat.
Hocus pocus, where are you?
Now you see me, now you don't.
It's magic.
It's simply what it is. It's magic. We don't know what's going to come out of this hat.
Where is that rabbit?
Abracadabra, MFers. Let's do the magic hat.
The only thing this hat's good for is the trash can.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's a Magic Hat Thursday. We're going to do the Magic Hat. We do every final hour. We were going to do it originally at 9:15 because we should have Joe Freeman, but we'll reschedule with Freeman. He gets ready for a busy day over in Blazerland. We got the Dundon press conference. Is Danny going to do the show today, or is he going to be prepping for the press conference, huh?
The press conference is not till 3.
Well, you never know. Might trying to be getting ready for that old big press
conference. I would
conference.
hope, as long as we've known this is coming, if you don't have your questions.
Well, how many people are going to have the same questions going into that?
Well, exactly.
The funny thing he said, which is so accurate, is how many media members are going to be there today that literally never go to anything.
That never go, yeah. Well, you got all the TV people that are going to be there.
Most of
there will probably be some news people that are not sports people that will be there.
Oh, yeah. Oregonian's probably going to have a ton of people.
But yeah, they'll have
from the city to the sports and all that stuff.
Because you'll have also the people like the people that cover city government asking
That's what I'm saying,
questions about
all of that. Yeah. So it's going to be a press conference.
It'll be a bit of a circus.
That's going to be memorable as he is the 4th owner, right?
Yeah.
Trailblazer history. Don't forget, we will be carrying that live at 3 o'clock. So primetime will start.
Yeah, they'll come in and
do a quick hello,
say hi, and assuming they're on time, get you right over.
Before we dive into the Magic Hat, want to give you guys a heads up that Pittsburgh's getting ready to welcome the National Football League.
That is 3 weeks from today.
We got the NFL Draft, man. NFL Draft right around the corner. And they're going to begin the NFL Draft with a kickoff celebration and an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino with Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the old invite-only show the night before, Odyssey.com/the night before. Okay, let's get to the Magic Hat. I'm curious to see what you put in the hat, what I have in the Magic Hat, and we'll discuss it.
Too much tea?
Too much tea?
Too much tea.
This is not me.
No, this is me.
You know what I love, by the way? I love when he's here, he doesn't remember what he writes. He's like,
fortunately, I know everybody's handwriting now.
Yeah.
So I know how it goes. No, this was actually from a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
The mayor of T-Town is one Frank Thomas.
Yes, the Big Hurt.
The Big Hurt had himself a Hall of Fame career, a lot of it with the White Sox.
Yeah, all-time known red-ass locker room guy.
However, he and the White Sox don't get along very well.
No, that tends to happen with the White Sox.
Yeah. Now, he famously had sued them while he was playing or shortly after because he had an injury-plagued season one year, and the White Sox tried to impose a clause in his contract that was like
reduction in salary,
something like that. So diminished skills clause that cut his base salary to $250,000 and deferred over $10 million.
So they ragnowed him. They pull the Lions. They're out here like, give us some money.
So he already had sued them before. Didn't get along with GM Ken Williams.
Yeah, Ken Williams had an interesting run in Chicago.
Well, now fast forward.
Yeah.
He is suing them once again, along with Nike and Fanatics.
He's suing Nike? He's a longtime Nike guy.
Yeah, so apparently the team was advertising, since Nike took over the jerseys and their City Connect 2.0 jerseys, well, the one they used in whatever ad, the back of it, was Thomas's 35.
Okay, he's the biggest name in franchise history.
Yeah. Well, apparently he hasn't signed off on it or didn't think that they were allowed to use that. So he's seeking payment in excess of $50,000 and wants a jury trial.
Why does he want $50,000? Is that what he would have charged if they
asked him?
I
don't know if the lawyers came up with some determination of what it would cost or something like that.
He wants a jury trial because of this?
Oh, if we're talking about court TV stuff.
Court TV has failed.
We've
talked about this. There's been way too many great court TV scenarios where they haven't done it. They have failed big time in this. Okay, so let me ask you this.
So has he been in T-Town too long?
I mean, look, you go to T-Town, you're going to be in T-Town. And there's nothing wrong with going to T-Town. A lot of people need T-Town.
You going to T-Town?
I might be going to T-Town.
I hear rumors.
Oh, are there rumors on the streets?
You might need to go to T-Town.
Whoa.
Or want to go to T-Town.
Whoa. Low blow, dude. That's like the age thing for me.
That was for yesterday's 1808 crack.
Well, your dad's 1765. I may never forget. Here's the thing for me. Give me a break, but also I kind of understand it. I'm kind of torn between both sides of this. I don't understand why you want just $50,000 a jury trial. It's interesting.
Well, you have to put something. So in these cases, there actually has to be actual damages. So there's got to be some formula. So if they used it without his consent, these are what licensing fees or that sort of thing. So there's that.
Yeah.
And then there can be punitive damages or anything like that on top.
Well,
which is probably why he wants a jury trial.
Okay, thank you for explaining that part of it. Let me add to this though. Is this the most bizarre? This has to be in all of sports.
This is ultra petty.
Find the most bizarre franchise all-time player doing this with the team that they played for their whole career.
Yeah.
Can you give me one single example of an all-time great player for a franchise who played his whole career with them that seemingly has hated them while he played,
played
and after
16
he played?
of his 19 seasons with the White Sox.
Who did he play for 3 seasons with?
Oh, where did he go?
Why do I not remember those 3 seasons? Who the hell did Frank Thomas play for outside of the White Sox? I thought he was a career big hurt.
Did he go to I want to say the Mets.
The Mets would do that.
But
he won the World Series in 2005 with them, right? But he wasn't playing?
Something like that.
I think that was part of the deal. I went and saw that White Sox team in 2005. I think this is the biggest, oh my God, I can't believe your franchise player, like your all-time franchise player, hates you the way that he does.
Yeah, so the complaint basically says companies can't profit from somebody's identity without their permission.
Yeah, I get all that.
So I don't know if the White Sox just figured he's under the blanket MLB players deal they have. But
dude, I vaguely remember this. Oakland for 1 year.
Okay.
I kind of remember that year. And then Toronto, have no memory of that at all.
Oh, I remember that more than the A's.
He played for Toronto
DHing.
from 07, 08, and then in that year, that year he went back to the A's, but was only with the A's for a few games before he ultimately hung up.
This has to be on court, don't you? Yeah.
Yeah, we need court TV on this. Here is my defense of Frank Thomas. Can you name a single White Sox? You want to know why they use Frank Thomas's jersey?
Yeah.
Because even White Sox fans can't name a single White Sox.
The last one I can mention by name is
Nick
probably
Madrigal.
Well, yeah.
That you want to ask me?
Exactly.
That's who I'd say.
And is he back playing? Or he was hurt?
I don't know, man. We need.
It was Tim Anderson was the guy for a while.
Tim Anderson, you're right, for the corn cob game.
And he didn't have much nice to say about the White Sox either.
Well, yeah. Then the Ozzie Guillen
Then
era.
you had Ozzie Guillen stuff.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. It wasn't good.
It's almost like it's the organization.
Oh, shocking development.
But that's why they use Frank Thomas. Nobody knows that roster. They suck.
Exactly.
They're terrible, and they've been terrible forever. How is Reinsdorf allowed to own any sports franchise in any league?
I don't know.
It's so, especially in that city. Chicago as a top 3-4 market. And you got the Bulls being the most irrelevant, and you got the White Sox that haven't done anything since they won the World Series.
I know.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
All right. What's the next one?
He's back.
He's back. Speaking of old baseball names. Dude, I don't know why, how, and when. So I've been watching a lot more baseball.
Yeah.
What I've noticed, and I don't have MLB Network at home because it's not on the YouTubes.
Oh, okay.
So I watch a lot of, I only have MLB Network on for baseball reasons during my shift.
Yeah.
Only the highlights.
Exactly.
There's no other reason to watch the MLB Network than the highlights.
Why would, it's all about the highlights.
Right,
We
dude.
love baseball.
I love baseball. Big baseball guy. Anyways, in watching the MLB Network, you know who's back in our lives that I thought was a pariah and canceled? You want to talk about cancel culture? I thought this guy was canceled, and now he's a spokesperson. Welcome back into our lives, Bloody Sock Curt Schilling.
Yeah.
He is a spokesperson for CarShield.
They're getting everybody. Well, Eric Burns and John Kruk are doing spots for him,
I saw John Kruk, and I didn't recognize him today. CarShield, what are they doing there?
I don't know.
Just any baseball name they can
Well, they got
get?
Ric Flair. I saw Jeremy Roenick on there.
Can you tell me what CarShield does exactly without looking it up? I actually don't know.
Yeah. So
is it car protection?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I
so
figured.
it's like buying an extended. So after your manufacturer's warranty sort of thing.
Oh, more warranty.
So
more
it's
money.
like an extended warranty.
Your transmission might go out.
Exactly.
Ah, yeah, because that always ends up panning out. Yeah.
It's supplemental car protection / insurance.
Oh, yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah. Same thing like at your house. If you're a homeowner at your house.
Why does everything with cars feel like a natural scam? Remember that stupid kids song?
Yeah, I know.
1877 cars for kids.
Oh, I know.
Dude, I did one of those because I had a car literally break down. I couldn't tow it. It was in an apartment parking lot in college. I sold it to one of those things.
Yeah.
They gave me $55.
Oh, that's it?
I mean, the car didn't run.
Oh.
I couldn't tow it. I had nobody that could help me with this. And I was moving out of the apartment in a month. I couldn't leave it in the parking lot. So I sold it for like $55. And they came and towed it away. What a scam.
I know.
Just welcome back into our lives, Curt Schilling. Everybody told me he was canceled. Evidently not.
Did he have a bloody sock in the ad? I haven't seen his ad.
No.
Did they play something up, or was there a cheesy joke about it?
I want to say there was. God, I should have wrote this down. I think it's. I think they play on the whole bloody sock thing.
There's got to be some car reference to,
Be prepared is kind of the theme of the commercial. Yeah. Why don't you be prepared with socks, but for your car? I'm Curt Schilling, and I'm back here to sell you extended warranties for your car protection. So Curt Schilling, not canceled, turns out.
Not canceled,
Momentarily
apparently.
Canceled? I would say he was put on hiatus.
Yeah.
And he's back.
Let's see how this plays out.
Because when you say canceled, it's like, it's over. It ain't coming back, man. Curt Schilling put on hiatus. He is back in our lives. We'll see if he pops back on any other advertisings on the old MLB Network. More Magic Hat. We'll get to it coming up next on 105.1 The Fan.
When the tournament moment calls for bold, break your beak. Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing. Enough to break your beak, not your bracket.
I saw a little bit of a practice. You can just tell that they're focused. Just by seeing how ready they are. Just like I said, I think they've been the best team in college basketball all season.
Yeah, sorry, Mike Bibby. I know you wore the jersey. Michigan's been the best team, and you're going to find out this weekend. because my Wolverines are winning the national championship according to my bracket. There is legendary Arizona player, one of my favorite Sacramento Kings of all time, Mike Bibby, on old Arizona as they get ready to win potentially their first national championship since 1997.
Yeah, Michigan was 99. Yeah. They were 97.
No, Michigan was 89.
No. Was it 89? Okay. It's Kingdom. Glenn Rice.
The Bracket Buster Report is brought to you by Beak Breaker IPA. Boy, you really oracled that report right there.
Sorry.
Is it 90? If Glenn Rice is involved, it couldn't have been 99.
No, that was 89. Yeah. Because the Kingdom wasn't around in 99. 89.
The Bracket Buster Report is brought to you by Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing. Packed with citrus hops, killer aroma, and a smooth finish. Beak Breaker, enough to break your beak, not your bracket.
Hey, Hop.
Pelican. We got more Magic Hat. Are we going to have 1989 topics or 1999 topics?
Sorry. I should have known. It was in the
Kingdom. You don't need to apologize.
Yeah.
There's nothing new. Yeah, that's another good point.
Yeah,
the Kingdom.
It was in the Kingdom. It didn't exist in 99.
They weren't playing games in 99 in the Kingdom.
I know.
That's why we love the Oracle right there, man.
It all gets blurred together.
Well, I was telling Brandman, he comes in and we're just talking, and I'm like, you know what I love about him is he steps to the mic with the most confidence, and right at the end, you can just feel it not be confident, and then we push back and go, you sure about that? And you're like, no. And then we realize it. And I love that it happened during report. Shout out our good friends at Pelican.
All righty. Next up, for your car.
Yes, I did this just for you. Actually, I thought it was cool, but I did this specifically for you. I was perusing throughout the week.
Or is that for your car?
Both.
Okay.
That's why it's a double entendre.
Nice.
That's why I did it.
I believe I saw this one too.
Yeah. How about this? So,
State of Oregon?
The state of Oregon.
Our friends at the DMV.
Look, the state of Oregon has its own issues. We don't need to get political. We all know. We need to get our heads out of our you-know-whats. The one thing I love about the state of Oregon, one of the many things I love about the state of Oregon, our license plate options are awesome.
You
have a million of them. You've got ones for the Historical Society.
Got one for wildlife.
For wildlife.
For fish.
For fish.
Blazers, ducks, bees.
You name it. You name it, we got it, right? You got traditional pine tree, whatever, man.
Yeah.
We got our options. My daughter not happy with my license plate.
Oh, you have a vanity one?
No. Vanity.
Huh.
I don't do vanity plates. What would I even do?
I don't know.
I think that... Look, please don't take this the wrong way if this is you out there. If you get your name on a plate, I have questions unless you're doing a business. If you have a business,
if
then
it's
it makes
a business
sense.
on there, yes.
But no, I don't vanity plates.
No.
I have the blue and yellow Historical Society
ones.
Oh,
there you go.
So you...
Old school.
Old school, but yeah, it donates to, all that. My daughter wants the whale one. She wants me to get the whale one because we just went to Depot Bay.
You tried to whale watch, but there were no whales.
We missed them. There were whales.
Minimal
we missed
whales.
Them. Minimal whales than what we thought we were getting. Anyways, so you got all these great options. We have a new one to the collection.
Yes, I might have to get this one because I have never had a plate. I've always just gone with whatever the standard plates are, just send them to me.
Yeah, see, and I think it's cool that people are getting Blaze. I see a lot of the Rip City ones.
Yeah. I see a ton of duck ones.
The duck ones are, I got to admit, the duck ones are way better than the beaver one. We now have a full beaver one, but it started with just the Nutria. Now, my wife has that one, and I'm like, this kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But we have these team-related ones. There's a new one out there. You can get the OGA's official Golf Oregon license plate is a way that you can help donate to their Junior Golfers Association foundation, and the plate is badass. It's like a grayish base color.
Right.
To the left, you've got a multicolor cartoon drawing of a flag on a green with a cool, sky background, the logo. And you can go get that now. And I thought that was a cool thing to put in the Magic Hat because this license plate looks cool.
Yeah,
and it's got a good thing.
The funds will go to help junior golf programs.
Yes.
So it's for kids.
Yes. Which is why you get these specialty plates.
And it's supposed to look like, I think, the dimples on a golf ball. I think that's
you would be correct.
Yeah. So it's not textured, but there's the little gray shadows that would indicate the dimples on a golf ball.
I'm a big believer in saving the bees. As you can tell from our updates, I'm a big animal guy. I like the whale one. I love the hunting elk one. That one's cool. Conservation is awesome. We should all be in that. That shouldn't be political. This is one that makes me question if I get a next plate. I love this plate. It looks cool.
I know.
But I also want to help those other foundations.
I think it's an extra $40 or $45.
I think
if
all
you
of them are.
Get the specialty plate.
I think if you get any specialty plate, they're all about that price, which is like in the car buying experience, whatever.
I don't know when my next renewal is. I think I recently did it, so it might be a little bit.
Mine's in 27. My car lease is up at the end of this year, so I don't know what I'm going to do yet. But I just thought that was cool, and I thought I'd put that in the old Magic Hat for us. What's the next one?
The next one is the backstory.
Oh!
This is you.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to remember which one it was because I have a few in there. So I haven't talked at all this week, and some listeners may have like, are you going to talk about this? Jaden Ivey's been in the headlines.
Yeah.
Now, he was waived by the Bulls earlier this week, and I just want to say this as somebody who grew up in and around religion because of family, and I don't attend church, but also I totally support everybody being religious. Like, believe in whatever you want to believe in. We all have different beliefs, right? This is being framed as he got waived for being religious because he came out and had some videos about the NBA supporting the Pride Nights, and it's a sin against God, and he had all those videos out there, and they instantly waived him. And so it instantly becomes, and nowadays, it becomes framed a certain way because we got to argue about something, and we got to act like somebody is persecuted. And by the way, he got $10 million. He got the full remaining of his salary guaranteed. He's got $10 million. To me, we need to understand the backstory of this. This is not a religion rage debate, and people need to stop pretending that it is, or they need to be educated on what is happening here. So Jaden Ivey is a top 5 pick who was starting to trend the right way with the Pistons, and then he broke his leg. And if you read any of the backstory, and if you haven't, and you're just diving into social media reactions and saying, oh, Christians are being persecuted. No, sir, that is not what happened. He got released after the video, which makes you think that's what happened. He has been on a bizarre string of events here. And so I'm just going to rattle off a couple. He had a domestic violence issue with what is going to be soon his ex-wife.
Right.
She's not even talking to him, and she's currently filing for divorce. He admitted on a podcast that he almost committed suicide. Okay? So he was in a really dark place during the broken leg stuff. He then came back. It wasn't going particularly well. He was traded to Chicago. He got hurt, had a knee injury, told the Chicago Bulls franchise straight up, I'm good. God's healed me. The Bulls doctors evaluated the knee and said, no, you're not. You're not healthy. You're shut down the rest of the year. He showed up to multiple fan team events, and fans have come out and said, dude, we tried to get his autograph at this. Like, think of like a Dave & Buster's or a Big Al's or something, a video game arcade place, and the team's there, and you're a season ticket holder. Fans were going up to him for autographs, and they were like, hey, can we get your autograph? And he was literally turning to him saying, you need to stop worrying about this and devote your life to Jesus Christ. And there's nothing wrong with spreading your religion if that's what you believe. But it's a fan event, and they're just asking for an autograph.
Yeah.
And so, like...
Not the time and place.
Time and place. He was telling reporters behind the scenes of, like, you should get your lives in order. And there's a lot more to this. Is not just, hey, I'm religious and I disagree with Pride Night. Oh, you're waived for it. Jonathan Isaac is still in the NBA. Jonathan Isaac has his beliefs. He's been vocal about them. Still in the NBA. This is not a... And then I know Travion Henderson quote tweeted, and Vrabel had to come out and like, dude, you can be religious. This is not about being religious. Can we stop acting so offended and outraged because we saw a tweet? There is backstory here. This guy is in a mental health spiral.
Right.
And has been for some time, and the team knew it, and the team addressed it because there were multiple videos, by the way, not just one about Pride Night. He had one bizarre one on an airplane, and he's just going on these rants. He just doesn't seem well, and it's not about religion. It's about, like, he has been showing erratic behavior, and the Bulls had warned him, and the Bulls were finally like, enough is enough, dude. Like, we're getting out of this. And that's the Bulls' right. They're a private company. They can make their own decisions. So, Jaden Ivey, there you go. I haven't done any Jaden Ivey. I want to do a little Jaden Ivey. There's the Jaden Ivey.
Yeah, we need to look at things as individual cases rather than just some blanket, whatever.
All right. What's next?
She lost on Jeopardy, baby.
Oh.
Did you see this? Jeopardy's going down a new road.
Oh. Is this our Friday gal?
This is our girl.
Yeah, our girl.
Friday, Rebecca Black.
I love this.
So Jeopardy and YouTube seems like a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
So this was the very first one. But they're doing it more geared towards YouTube. So they had 3 all-time YouTube personalities, Rebecca Black being one of them.
She was one of them, yep.
You had a drag queen reality TV star, Monet Exchange.
Oh, okay.
Not from whatever.
Sure.
And then comedian Brennan Lee Mulligan, who I guess does Dungeons and Dragons, and I don't know. That's so way beyond me. But
so you don't know 2 of the 3 names. You only know the third name.
I only know Rebecca Black because she ushers us out on Fridays.
Right. So she's on the YouTube Jeopardy show?
So, yeah, all the categories were geared towards YouTube and streaming sorts of things.
Okay.
So it's all kind of in that realm.
All right.
And so she was actually in the lead at one point. She panicked because she hit the daily double. Didn't know what to do, but she got it.
Yeah.
But then this came up.
Okay.
On GQ's Ken Things This Actor Can't Live Without, he includes a horse book and reminds us he's Beach Ken. Rebecca.
Oh, no. Who is...
What's his name? You're out of time, I'm afraid. Brennan.
Who is Ryan Gosling?
Ryan Gosling, that's his name.
Can I bother you for an...
Look.
Come on.
Our girl Rebecca is still around. She's on the YouTube thing.
All grown up.
All grown up.
This was all for charity, by the way.
It's great.
Whatever went to different charities.
I'm going to tell you something. I saw this during my vacation that they were doing this, and I started laughing because anytime I see her name brought up in something, I just chuckle and I think of the end of our show. I randomly was thinking about how I would be on Jeopardy, and I'm going to defend her here.
Yeah.
I think we all hear these questions in the comfort of wherever we see or hear them, and we go, oh, come on. When you're on that stage and you push that button,
yeah.
One, you got to remember to answer it in the form of a question.
So there's that, yep.
And two, it's like how often we, just talking about sports, forget Michigan won in 89, not 1999,
exactly.
Right?
Yep.
So, like, I love making fun of these, but also I can't go too hard because I knew that was Ryan
Have you ever
Gosling.
done anything with a little button response quiz?
I'm trying to remember. Yes. What's the name of the game? There was a game like a family home game.
Oh, yeah?
And it had
buzzers or whatever.
To get the turn. And like what happens in that scenario is somebody in your family, if it's not you, ends up slapping it just to be first so they can try to win the answer, and largely they end up not knowing it. Yeah. And they get it wrong, and then you come in.
So, yeah. No, there's a little adrenaline rush. I was on the Oregon High School Science Olympics. I was on our Quiz Bowl team for that.
This is how you phased out of being a nerd. You were so nerdy that you're like, I'm done. I'm hanging up the glasses. I'm getting contacts. I'm out of the
So,
world.
yeah, our physics Quiz Bowl team.
Yeah.
I was one of the 3 members.
Okay.
So, yeah.
How'd you do?
Well, I wasn't the lead guy. I had a specific window. I had optics. I was in charge of optics. But there was one, I had one that nobody got that was some famous, and I don't remember it for the life of me now, some famous scientist and some specific breakthrough or discovery through this, research he did, so it's now some test, or it was named after him.
Gotcha.
And I nailed it.
It. You're never going to forget that either.
So, yeah. So, no, we had, so the state, it still does it, the Science Olympics, and there's all sorts of different disciplines, all sorts of different contests, whatever. And then whoever wins at the state level, you can send a team, but the team gets whittled down. So we had like 50 or 60 kids. Because you had chemistry, you had biology, you had physics, you had all sorts of stuff. But you could only send 15 to the national competition in Washington, D.C. So I did not make that cut. I was not on the travel squad.
Yeah, closest I ever got to something like that was elementary school spelling test. I took a lot of pride in being good in the spelling test every week. I'd get 100%. We did the contest to try to go compete for the spelling bee.
Yeah.
And I was so mad I lost to one of my classmates.
You remember the word you lost on?
Yeah, it was refrigerator.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you put an extra E and not the I? Or too many I's and not enough E's?
I think I had misplaced. What did I misplace? I think I misplaced.
You forgot the D?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I think I did the IG instead of the DG.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happened. I just remember being devastated. And it wasn't like it was in front of the whole school. It was like just in a class, and I remember I got it wrong, and I was just like, the walk of shame to my desk. I remember just thinking, can we just play Heads Up 7-Up? I'm done with this. Can we put our heads down? I'm crying right now. All right, there's the magic hat. I had more in there, but you know what we'll do? We'll carry the audio part of what I had.
Oh, okay.
I really want to do audio, and I'm glad you at least got the Rebecca Black in the Magic Hat every single week. We'll carry an audio clip I had for today's Magic Hat. I'll put it to tomorrow. We'll have a little fun on Friday. There's an audio clip. There's 2 audio clips we need to play because somebody needs to be addressed. Tom Dundon's opening press conference is going to be today. What are our expectations, our thoughts? Fan text lines 503-864-6326. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, final couple of weeks of the NHL regular season. The Kraken finally back home after a 6-game road trip. They got a big one tonight. They host the Utah Mammoth, who are in the number 1 wild card slot in the Western Conference.
How about the Mammoth, huh?
Yeah. And so this is going to be on Hulu, ESPN+, 7 o'clock. They are 3 points behind the LA Kings for the second wild card spot. The Kings are hosting the Predators, who are in the mix with the Kraken. So big time. Seattle needs a little home ice advantage, and they could really use 2 points here.
It's almost time for Blue Line Brandon. We're getting closer and closer. How about this one? Back-to-back days paying tribute to man's best friend. University of Bristol and Manchester used a golden retriever and a black Labrador. And the task they gave the 2 dogs, detecting Parkinson's disease by smell. They were trained by the nonprofit Medical Detection Dogs, participated in double-blind trial where they sniffed cheek swabs from people with and without Parkinson's disease. They hit on 98%.
Wow.
Detecting Parkinson's. Dogs.
There we go.
Truly human's best friend.
Human's best friend. More hockey and amazing dog stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on
Well, we went a little long there in the old Magic Hat. But you know, wake up every Thursday.
Here we go, man. Here we go. Take your hands and put it down your pants, son.
And that's what the Magic Hat does for us every Thursday. So Tom, what was I going to say there? Was I going to call him Munden? Tom Munden?
Or Dumden.
Dude, I wouldn't do that. I feel like I got to whoop my ass. Got to be honest. Every time I hear a quote from him, I'm like, oh, that guy fights. Tom Dundon's introductory press conference is going to be today at 3 o'clock. We'll carry it live here on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan, the Odyssey app, and YouTube. It'll be kind of odd on YouTube because I think you'll just see Isaac and Suk, and then you'll hear audio of
probably
Dundon.
Something like that.
God, it'd be really cool if we had like a camera set up to tap into the YouTubes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
To be there live.
Yeah, one thing at a time.
Yeah. You gotta crawl before you can walk. Exactly. You gotta walk before you can run. But we'll carry it live right at 3:05, whenever they end up starting that. What are your expectations today? I mean, we got some quotes. Hyken talked to him. Orem talked to him. Quick talked to him. What are your expectations with a room full of – you're not wrong. There's going to be city reporters, sports reporters, people who don't cover the Blazers or ever go to games, pretending that they care or they do. Everybody's going to be there. Every TV news station's going to be there. What are your expectations or thoughts going into a Tom Dundon introductory press conference? Because we're also going to meet Shield Tile. Like, we got that story from Jason Quick. Him and Dame Lillard are really good friends. He's part of the ownership group. He's 34. That's a really cool story. You're going to have, is it Churn? The Panda Express family? Churn? I think I'm saying that right.
So.
They're going to be part of that. I know Cronin is going to be on hand, and Cronin handed Dundon the game ball after beating the Clippers.
Yeah.
What are your expectations and thoughts of Dundon's press conference today?
I don't know about expectations. I want to learn. What I hope he will give actually specific or detailed answers to is initially, at least from the end of the season through the draft, free agency, what his plans are for, the current group and I think we're all speculating. Why would they have Hankins and Cronin up there if they weren't at least going to be seeing things through, to the start of next season?
Yeah.
If he has any particular thoughts on Coach Splitter, or if he's going to leave that to Joe and Dwayne. How often, how much of a presence, a physical presence, we could expect him to be with the team here in Portland. Because I think that matters to the fan base. I know if there's any criticism of Paul Allen over the years, there were times where we didn't see him for months. Now, we know about the apartment, all of that in the building.
Well, Dundon's going to be here in Carolina. He's not going to.
I think he's a Texas guy.
He's a Dallas guy.
Yeah,
but he's going to be between both of those cities and then in Dallas. He doesn't even go to games.
No, I know
he can't go to Carolina Hurricane games.
Yeah,
it drives him crazy.
And then what timetable does he have in his mind for when he truly expects the Trailblazers to be seriously competing for conference championships?
See, now, that's going to be interesting because I think the obvious answer for him is going to be as soon as we can, right? But, you can say, what's the early, how quick should we expect your impact? Because he's talked a lot about his impact, right? His quote to Quick was, I don't know, man, but when I'm here, things get better. So he's going naturally into this of I know I'm going to change this. I am who I am, and look at my results. I would be stunned if he doesn't today talk about next year being we're taking a major step next year.
Then the follow-up is, given the restrictions that the CBA provides for making trades, given the history of NBA top-level free agents who have opportunities to come to Portland and choose other places, you're uncertain if you will have a first-round draft pick or not. How do you plan to do that here immediately?
Yeah, and that's but that's a question you don't have to answer. I mean, you're giving me a question as if I'm an owner and you gave me that question, I'm well, me and Joe are going to have to talk about it and evaluate the landscape. I'd also say their roster
but if you come in so
barren,
boisterously saying wherever I am, things get better.
How is he supposed to define that?
He's known he's going to take this over for a long time.
But he can't name players in your question, right? I think there's a way to say it's going to happen. You have to trust that I'm going to make it happen, and we're going to work to make it happen. I want to know
how much he knows about not the history of the fandom and that sort of thing, but the history of especially the free agent thing. That's a real thing. People can, scoff at it or think it's
Well, if he doesn't think that's going to be a thing, he's going to learn, and he'll just have to evolve.
Yeah.
I'm curious about a lot today. I think the tone, I think he's going to come off very confident, sharp, and I think a lot of people are going to be, if they're not already, which I think they are going to be all on board. I mean, I think he's going to say exactly the right thing. We talk about winning and losing a press conference. It's very hard to lose one. Generally, everybody ends up winning it. I think that dude is going to really make it abundantly clear there is nothing that matters. You want to ask me about broadcasting or the business side or the city league? Cool, man. None of this matters except winning. And some of that's going to be shrewd. Some of that's going to be a little uncomfortable. But to him, none of it is important as winning the basketball games. Getting to a point where they can compete. So we carry this over a little bit. Tom Dundon's first press conference is going to be today. We'll be airing this live on 105.1. So we'll wrap up talking a little bit about that and your expectations or thoughts of Tom Dundon's first time speaking publicly to all of the media at their press conference, 3 o'clock, 503-864-6326. We'll wrap the show with that next on The Fan. .947, welcome back in. Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. It's been a fun little Thursday edition. It's just going to be, for me as a sports fan and Blazer fan and somebody that talks about the team, I'm just excited. I don't want some little things to change. I did my whole protect the radio thing. I have no clue if that's going to happen, if he's going to merge it, whatever. That's not my decision ultimately. You know where I sit on that, right? I'm the radio guy. I'm going to argue for radio and television separate. But, dude, outside of that, everything else I have been told, I've talked with people behind the scenes. Dude, there's a lot of fear-mongering here with this dude, and I just am not for it. Yeah. Cheap. Yeah. Not super loaded. Yeah. How is he going to treat all our guys? Yeah. Is he going to interest anybody and give them okay. Most of these owners, there's a lot of owners in the NBA that aren't Ballmer rich. And yeah, is he going to make a big swinging trade? I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked. Where are they sitting right now? They're 9th. Okay? There's two places. If you're not going to be a title contender, you better be at the very bottom to try to get the best asset coming out into the draft. And if you love to just hover in the 10 to 8, 9, 7 range, Like, what's between heaven and hell, Swigard?
Purgatory.
Okay. Like, get me out of this. Do what it takes.
Yeah.
Try to be good. Give me the Minnesota Timberwolves problem. I don't know if their offense is good enough. They're only 5th. They're 6th. Give me a Houston Rocket problem, okay? That's all I'm after. And I think this dude is driven, motivated. I'm super excited about this. I hope it's a little fiery. I hope it's a little red-assy. I hope he's asked the question and has like a nice response that makes everybody go, ooh, a little testy there. We're going to have all the audio clips, so we'll get to talk about it tomorrow, and I'll be watching it live at 3. But, dude, I'm jacked. I'm not going to sit here and bag on the Vulcans. There were a lot of things that, for me, I love the owner to talk once a year. We got that at least with Paul. Literally never heard Jody speak.
Yeah.
So those are things that I, as a fan, I care about. You don't have to care about it out there. And, yeah, for all the I heard how good the kitchen was at the facility. Cool, man. There's a lot of things at the Moda Center that needed renovation. The Winterhawks couldn't play at the Moda Center because they didn't want to as a group.
Fix the ice machine.
Like, there's a lot of little things, too. I was told they couldn't have an alternate floor. I was really told this. They couldn't have an alternate floor for the PDX carpet jerseys because they didn't have storage for the floor. They're a multi-billion-dollar organization. Yeah. How many empty areas of downtown Portland?
There's a lot of warehouse space out by the airport.
They didn't want to pay for it. Okay? They just didn't want to pay for a new court. Let's just call a spade a spade. There are aspects that I am excited to move on from. It was a fun ride with the Vulcans and Paul Allen. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the Moda Center. Mm-hmm. And now we go on to a new adventure. And I'm looking forward to it, man. I will be jacked sitting down, watching this on an iPad, excited as hell to hear what Dundon says. And you know what? I'm excited about the other people. I don't know how many questions Shield Tile's going to have. I don't know what the Churns are going to say.
Be curious about their level of involvement in decision making and
that's a great question to ask.
Not so much the basketball stuff,
but just everything involved here, right? How they're going to collaborate as a group, because it's a big group. We got a Gates on this group.
Yeah.
Now I can't believe she has. I was told her net worth was $20 million, and I'm like, that gets you into the group. But whatever, like, we got a big group here.
Yeah.
To me, it's a new day in Portland. It's welcome change. It's a time and place that I think this organization in this moment desperately needs. And so, yeah, is there uncertainty in some ways? Yep. Is it going to be cheap in a lot of ways? Probably. Is it going to make us feel weird about this, and that? No doubt. He already has. But, man, this city thrives, in my opinion, when that team is relevant, when that team is good.
Yep.
We were flooding the streets when Damian Lillard hit a walk-off first-round shot. People were honking horns on a fan post-game show. And that was the first round. This city, it's in a weird spot. There's a lot that needs to be fixed about this city, our area. We need the team to be good again. It's a rally cry. I'm excited about this. And I'll, for one, be interested to see the media members does it get contentious at all? Is there a question asked that, you know what, actually, I don't care. He's going to give us some stuff, man. This dude just in a couple interviews gave us some stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And as a sports fan that grew up here his whole life, I haven't had this. Paul bought the team in 88. I was 1.5. So this is it for me. This is a new experience. I haven't gone through this. Even when Paul passed, it wasn't a new experience. It was just like, it's just handed off to the family and the estate and all that. This is a new experience, and I, for one, welcome it because I want to see what it's going to be. They haven't been to the playoffs 4 years. They're fighting to make it for the first time. There's a lot on the line, I think, for a lot of people in the organization,
and then
I can't wait to hear
into a game tonight that
it's a big home game.
The Clips are underdogs to the Spurs. You take care of a team that's out of the playoffs, you find yourself in the 8th spot.
Yep.
And
we'll see what the Clips do because the Spurs are on back-to-back. They played last night.
Yeah, but they weren't taxed.
No, they weren't. They were pretty big the whole game. But I think it's going to be great. We'll be carrying this live on 105.1 The Fan. So don't, you're going to tune in to Isaac Zug anyway.
Yeah.
But live at 3 o'clock.
They'll bring you the
they'll say what's
pertinent parts of things, and at some point it will start to wane off into minutia.
Let me ask you finally before we sign off for the day, because we got it coming up. We got the firm, we got happy hour, we got Isaac and Sue. When we hear at 3, like, where are you at right now? Are you nervous? Are you with me on the excitement factor, or are you I'm a little uneasy about this guy?
I honestly don't really have I'm curious. Like, I genuinely want to hear, and I hope that's why I hope we get at least some details, something that he's thought in detail about regarding the team, some specifics. If I just get a bunch of generalities, I will be disappointed, because I don't feel, he wants to win, he's competitive, but I don't have any clue of what it means, at least initially. I want to have some sense of what I can expect him to try to accomplish here in the offseason before next season.
Amen, brother. Amen. I think it's going to be great. You got that fear-mongering. Get out your heart, man. It's a new era. Tom Dundon's press conference at 3 o'clock. We'll carry it live here on 105.1 The Fan. That's going to do it for us on our Thursday edition. We got a fun little Friday edition tomorrow. We'll talk some Final Four. That's around the corner this weekend.
The Fire expansion draft.
Firing up for that. Can you name a player in the expansion draft?
Can you explain how it works?
I have to learn that. That's been weird, because we might be the home of the Portland. Who knows? Enjoy the press conference. Enjoy the rest of the day's programming. And we'll talk to you tomorrow bright and early, 6 to 10 a.m. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.